Yo, what's happening, y'all? This is B Jizzle of the Pull Up Basketball Podcast. Yo, what's happening, y'all? This is B Jizzle of the Pull Up Basketball Podcast. Welcome to the #1 LA Clipper podcast out there. We want to first give you guys a shout out, LA Clipper fan, LA Clipper Nations, for being here. Share this podcast with your family and friends. They will not be disappointed, but let's get it popping.
Pull up in motorcades. I got a show today. It's all I'm trying to do. Hustle and motivate. Choppers to throw away. Hustle to overweight. That's why they follow me, They think I know the way. Cause I took control of things. Ballin' the solo way. And if you pattern my trend, I make you my protege. Slossing that soldier race. Niggas don't know them days. Take you in back of the buildings. Make you expose your rage. Take you across the tracks. Make you explode the face. Now you official now, but you got a soul to say. I just been cooking that new. I'm about to drop in the few. Think if I call it the great, the people gon' call it the truth. I ain't really trip on the credit. I just paid all of my dues. I just respected the game. Now my name all in the news. Tripping on all of my moves. Quote me on this, got a lot more to prove. Remember I came in this bitch, fresh out the county with nothing to lose. No. Wanna count on you, but I don't do this shit for nothing. No, not at all. You, but my money real, that you do. Oh yeah, so I don't do this shit for nothing.
Rolling up some good, going up till we get faded. You know how we do it. Everybody take a flex on me. I got the keys to the city. I don't need no limousine. I turn up when I pull up and tell my booking agent book a show. Running around with the paper bag, running around with the paper bag. Going crazy spending all this cash. Going crazy spending all this cash. If I spend it, I'ma get it back. Even when I ride around dirty, a nigga don't need a seatbelt. A nigga don't need a seatbelt. Nah, it don't cost to keep it real. Run up, get done up. Shit can get real. Fuck around and get your ass rocked. Nigga, fuck around and take your shit. Got you asking God why. Drag your ass into an alley. Pull out aim for the target. Should've never been around the killers. In my town, we the fucking realest. No cheddar bars round here. I get the spray and they gon' get down. Ski mask over my face. Catch a body in broad day. Catch a body in broad day.
I got the key to the city. I got a hold of Sadiddy. Talk to that bitch in Swahili. Tattoo my name in graffiti. Whack out your hood in graffiti. Come through your hood on the weekly. None of y'all niggas can't see me. None of y'all niggas can't see me. Y'all ain't got nothing like this over there. Bunch of frontline millionaires. Bunch of self-made after Trump paid. Guess the odds really took it there. Any problem, I'ma reappear. With a squad you already fear. All this time I've been playing fair. 7 digits every single year. Niggas die, niggas disappear. Alibis, I was really there. Life a crime till I get the chair. Columbine in my trigger hair. Still I rise and I took the stairs. Feel a fire, it's a different glare. All these fights, it was never fair. Busting knuckles, still I'm swinging fears. Taste the salt inside my dripping tears. You should know I never had a fear. You should know I never had a shot, never had a chance till I took it here. Man, it's proud, but I see it clear. Strategize, I'm an engineer. Pick a side, gotta keep it there. Switching up, nigga, looking weird. I got the key to the city. I got a hold of Sadiddy. Talk to that bitch in Swahili. Tattoo my name in graffiti. Whack out your hood in graffiti. Come through your hood on the weekly. None of y'all niggas can't see me. None of y'all niggas can't see me.
What's good, everybody? Welcome to the Pull Up Show. I'm your host, Mr. BJ Matthews, aka B Jizzle. Before we get started, follow us on the YouTube page, the Pull Up Basketball Podcast. Like, share, subscribe. All of our YouTube videos, hit that like button. Y'all come in here, hit the share, subscribe, hit that Cash App. $ BJ Matthews, $ BJ Matthews for all this great content. If you guys enjoy what you guys like to hear, also get your membership badges that are available. We have 3 options available: the pull-up badge, the LA Clipper badge, and the interview badge. All 3 badges give you guys certain perks that you guys will not get anywhere else on any other podcast or channel. Make sure you guys continuously follow us as we continuously give y'all this great content. And if you, last but not least, make sure you get your super stickers and super comments. They're all available. If you guys like what y'all hear with this content, please hit that button that says thanks right below the video. You guys can send your love through the super sticker button if you do not have a Cash App. All right, but let's get it popping. All right, so we got 25 people. We should have over 25 likes. And we're gonna talk about what happened. Cause I got some good news, I got some bad news. All right. And I'm gonna start with the bad news. I'm going to the good news. All right. So as y'all can see, I'm in a pretty good mood this morning. I'm not even really depressed. I'm not really upset. I'm not really angry. Um, I'm actually in a good mood because I actually unlocked something going on with the Clippers and Minnesota matchup. Right. Yes, I was able to, be at the game physically last night, watch it full fledged, got a chance to, what I'm saying, got some good footage. If you guys have not already, check out my short, Anthony Edwards signing autographs. I got a chance to, see him up close and meet him and everything. So that was cool. But it was a great time last night, man. And I had a great time and enjoyed myself. And I got a chance to watch the game over again this morning to kind of give y'all some thoughts of why we lost that game last night. Mercedes Mayo, salute, pull up, Thomas and Rick. Appreciate you coming in, sweetheart. Make sure you guys go and follow her YouTube page as well. Great content over there. She's trying to continuously grow her page. Go and follow that girl right there, Mercedes. The one and only books that we in here like swimwear. I clicked immediately. I haven't been keeping up because of work and stuff, but I don't know what's going on with the team. We gotta hold it together into the playoffs. Oh yeah, I got you, bro. I know exactly what happened. We're gonna get into all that. Soldiers dig in. We ain't scared of adversity. Stars show Minnesota what fucking time it was before Kawhi said we gonna be all right. I know y'all scared. The Swish, Anthony Edwards said the Clippers are food, all mismatches and Shody. We got all in Paul George's pockets, a new era on the way. Once again, another fake narrative that I'm going to expose in a minute. You guys, obviously, some of y'all watch the games, but some of y'all watch highlights. I can just tell. Thomas talented. Kawhi's Thomas still playoff. Kawhi, see y'all on 30. Yes, sir. All right, so we got 27 minutes, 27 people. We should have over 27 likes in here. Man, let's get these likes up, man. It's going to be one of the shows that y'all going to really get a lot of information and nuggets. So y'all want to make sure y'all tune in and lock in what I have to say about this. So the Clippers ended up losing 118-100 last night to the Minnesota Timberwolves in dramatic fashion. And today I'm going to do both the team stats and the player stats on what actually happened. You know what I'm saying? So let's start with the team stats, right? Let's go into like the field goals and the rebounds, all that good stuff. So as you guys can see, they're 45-21. They're the third seed. They break a 2-game losing streak. We're 41-23 after the loss last night. Obviously, we did not want to lose a game like that off the fact that it was a very, very big game for us because now, gives Minnesota a tiebreaker over us. Now it deals with us basically having to deal with Minnesota in a situation. If we do have a tie with them, they're going to be able to get that tiebreaker and get that third seed or above. So my thing is, I really want to be able to get one of those top 3 seeds. I don't want to go into no 4 or 5. I think we better than that. The fact that we even in this position, we got 18 games left. We have a 2-game road trip with Chicago and New Orleans before we get back home on Sunday. We got a lot of groundwork to make up, right? We have a lot of groundwork to make up, and I think I'm excited for the challenge. And we'll see what we made of. But let's get into this team stats, y'all. Team stats reads from the shooting percentage, field goals. You got the Minnesota Timberwolves, who were 51% from the field. We were 47%. They were 48-94 from the field, and we were 34-72. So Minnesota does have a little bit of an edge over us on that department. We both shot 36% from the 3-point line, right? We shot 71% from the free throw line. They shot 84. We shot 84. They shot 71, which is something I like to see that. Like I told y'all before, I want to shoot above 80% on the free throw line, and I want to shoot somewhere around the 40% from the 3, and then around 50% from the field. That to me is like a perfect little mix right there, 50, 40, 80. So obviously we didn't reach that in the 3-point percentage and the field goal, but the free throws I do like that we were making our free throw shots. So that takes care of the shooting. Then the rebounding, the Timberwolves beat us 48-34 on the boards, 19-8 on the offensive rebounds, and 20-28 on the defensive rebounds. So obviously Minnesota had that advantage and that edge. Assists went to them 26-22. Steals went to them 11-7. Blocks went to them 6-4. So they got all the pretty much the little defensive categories. Turnovers, we turned the ball over 18 times. A lot of those turnovers came down to that third quarter in that stretch where we had turnover after turnover for multiple of the players. when the Timberwolves went on, I think, a 22-2 run in the third quarter. Which we're going to talk about that in detail as well. Why I think that was so detrimental for us losing the game. But they did have they converted 24 points, or they converted 18 points to our 24 points in the turnover category. So even though we turned the ball over, Minnesota was not converting on those turnovers. Right? They still were having, because when I saw Minnesota, they don't really have a real potent offense. Right? They don't really have a set half court offense. A lot of their stuff is drive and kick, a lot of, attacking the rim and kicking into the corners, and basically playing like a Princeton offense. That's why I kind of see with this Minnesota team. They don't really have much of, a half court, set, except when Mike Conley's in the game. They don't have like a lot of, quote unquote ball handlers. Anthony Edwards, you could say, is a ball handler, but he's more of a scorer, like to play on the wing. Mike Conley is their main ball handler. Points in the paint, 62-40 went to, the Timberwolves. Obviously, they dominated the paint. The fouls went to them, or saying to us, 18-20. The largest lead on both sides was 22 points. All right, so that takes care of the team stats. As y'all come in here and smash that like button, all right? Come here and smash that like button. I play, train, coach, scout. I know what I respect that switch. I mean, still, that's not why we lost the game. I'm gonna tell you why. And you damn sure out your mind saying the Lakers go far in the Clippers. Let's bet $50. I'll let you have that, bro. Shout out to Zay. He says a little something. We'll be all right. I already knew was gonna start losing a bill bit. We straight. Salute to my man Quay Rich, Q Rich. What's up, brother? We got 40 people. Let's get these likes up over the 40 likes, y'all. I have a great show coming to y'all right now. Deuce times. I thought we lost because we turned down. See, that's why I love Deuce times. That's why I love Deuce times. But there's a deeper reason why we turned down, bro. I'm gonna get into all that. Let's get into the player stats. All right, let's get into some of these player stats. Let's start with the Clippers. Let's start with some of the bench stuff right now. So as we look at the bench production, we did have some solid bench production. Norman Powell, he shot, 11 points, 4 for 9 from the field, 1 for 2 from the free throw or 3-point line. 4 rebounds. Did have some nice little drives to the basket, attacking the rim, especially in that first half. A little bit in that third quarter as well. Getting to the mid range a little bit. Coming off those curls. Daniel Tice, 15 minutes, 4 or 5 from the field, 1 for 1 from the 3-point line, 4 rebounds and 10 points. Great game from Daniel Tice all around. I got a lot to say about him as well. Amir Coffey, a little efficient game, 3 for 6 from the field, 18 minutes, 1 for 4 from the 3-point line, 8 points. Solid. Nothing too, out the ring, but he, did what he was supposed to do. I thought he stayed in front of his man for the most part. So, really no complaints coming off the bench. Bones Highland, like I said, I enjoy watching him getting the minutes he deserves. I think he's getting back, ground from what James Harden, came onto the team and actually, took a lot of his minutes pretty much on the bench. So I like seeing Bones Highland still and getting his time on the court. He's looking more and more comfortable out there. 3 for 8 from the field, 2 for 4 from the 3-point line, 8 points. I think he just needs to do a better job of, continuously making better decisions with the basketball. I even think defensively he's been pretty solid. It's just more so just, being more efficient with the basketball. But other than that, I like, what I'm seeing from Bones. Now, I started from the starters. You got, T-Man, 28 minutes, 3 for 6 from the field, 1 for 3 from the 3-point line, 7 points. I like seeing T-Man at 25-30 range, like I told y'all. You got Ivica Zubac, 27 minutes, 3 for 5 from the field, 8 rebounds, 10 points. Harden, 34 minutes, 4 for 10 from the field, 2 for 6 from the field, or from the 3, 2 rebounds, and had 12 points. Not much scoring production, amongst our, big guys, of course. PG, 35 minutes, 5 for 11 from the field, 2 for 5 from the 3-point line, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 22 points. And then our big dog, Kawhi Leonard, which I'm going to talk to y'all about in a minute, what's going on with him, had 12 minutes, 2 for 4 from the field, 1 for 2 from the 3-point line, and 6 points. He exited the game after the first quarter. So that takes care of the Clipper side. Y'all come in here, smash that like button, smash that like button. That takes care of the Clipper side, and I'm going to go to the T-Wolves side, what happened with them, what they did, and we're going to get into a little bit more deeper detail. So Minnesota's bench obviously did not get much production outside of one guy, um, Nicole Alexander. I can't pronounce his last name, but he is the cousin to SGA, right? He was 28. He had 28 points, 9 for 10 from the field, 5 for 6 from the 3-point line, 3 rebounds, 1 assist. A lot of his points came from that corner 3-point shot with, like I said, drives to the basket. We know that his strength now is that corner 3-point shooting. That's what his strength is. So I thought he played a magnificent game, and I thought he did what he was supposed to do. And 28 points in 28 minutes is just, that's just special. So we know that his strength is basically going to be, be camped up in that corner, which is another thing I'm going to get into why the Clippers lost as well. But shout out to him for, shooting the hell out the ball. And then you got their starters. You got like I said, like their starters, there was 3 guys that really kind of did damage to us. Really 2. And that's Mike Conley and Anthony Edwards. Now, Jaden McDaniels, 23 minutes, had 0 points, went scoreless, 0 for 8 from the field, 0 for 4 from the 3-point line, 4 rebounds. Pretty much a non-factor on offense. Not really doing much on defense either, right? He didn't really do much on either end. He had a pretty off game. Like I tell y'all before, all these players, man, have bad games. I don't know if y'all know that, but all these players have inefficient games. All these players have gone scoreless. All these guys have had, bad shooting games. Sometimes it's not your night. You move on to the next one. You chalk it up. The man went 0 for 8 from the field. Right? Kyle Anderson, 29 minutes, 5 for 8 from the field, 0 for 1 from the 3-point line, 7 assists, 10 points. Slow-mo had some good minutes in that game last night, especially down the stretch in that second half when the Timberwolves were starting to extend that lead. He had a couple, mid-range shots. He's slow as hell. I sometimes get tired of watching that dude play, but he's very effective when he's, he knows the game. He knows angles. He knows how to use his body, knows how to score. He just, a very, very solid pro. And I think he's 6'9". So, I mean, he has the size to be slow as he is. Rudy Gobert, 4 for 7 from the field, 11 rebounds, 8 points. Double digit rebounds last night. We're gonna get into why we lost because he's a big reason too. And then of course their last 2 guys, Mike Conley, who got hot as hell in that fourth quarter, which is the reason why the Timberwolves extended that lead even more. 9 for 15 from the field, 5 for 8 from the 3, 23 points. Just a strong game from Mike Conley. He's one of the guys that's always given us trouble, even back to his Memphis days. So I like what Mike Conley brought last night, especially in that second half. Very, very composed vet. Hit a lot of big shots. Then you got Anthony Edwards, 37 minutes, 15 for 29 from the field, 2 for 8 from the 3-point line, 8 rebounds, 37 points. Man, like I tell y'all before, man, Ant-Man will be the best player in the league within the next 5 years, 3 to 5 years. I've been high on Anthony Edwards for the last 2 seasons. Anybody who knows, been around the podcast has said I've always spoke highly on Anthony Edwards. I think he's going to be better than SGA. I think he'll be better than Ja Morant. I think he'll be better than De'Aaron Fox, Trae Young. I think with his age right now, his size, his ability to play both ways of the basketball, his athleticism, and his fire. And also, I think he's a pretty solid guy who wants to, make his teammates better. He's unselfish. I think he has all the makeup to be the best player in the NBA. I think he has everything. The one thing I do think that Anthony Edwards needs to do better is his shot selection. Sometimes he may get a little bit jump shot happy and make it easier and build the defense out. But that's going to come with age. He's 22 years old, right? I saw it once. The moment I seen Anthony Edwards, laid eyes on him, I pay a lot of attention to a guy's measurements. I pay attention to their skill set, and I pay attention to their fire and their that it factor. Like, how bad do you want to keep getting better? He's one of the few guys in the league who's so offensively gifted, but still wants to put that effort on the defensive end. He wants to guard the best players, right? So he has that very old school mentality. So Anthony Edwards, shout out to him for last night. Now, as we get in here, let's get over these 56 people. We have over 56 likes. You said Anthony Edwards a regular season player. No, the fuck he not. No, he not. He damn sure ain't no regular season player. Anthony Edwards is a hooper. Salute, B Jizzle. What's good, Jonell? How you doing, brother? How you doing? Hey, BJ, where is Rick? Oh, Rick's not here. He only does Sunday shows, sweetheart. He said the hairs came out there. I hate this. When Kawhi left. All right. So this is what I'm gonna get into right now because I know a lot of people want to come in here, which is fine. I watched the game 2-3 times, right? Watched it up like yesterday live, and I watched it last night, and I watched it this morning. So I know what happened, right? We're gonna get into a number of things. First, we're gonna get into what actually didn't happen. We're gonna get into what actually didn't happen, right? Now, Kawhi Leonard leaves the game in the first quarter after the first quarter, reportedly with back spasms. That's what was reported by Stephanie Reddy last night on TNT, that Kawhi left back with lower back spasms. That was what was reported. I heard from another source close when I was at the game that was for a personal family reason. Now I will be at the game again on Sunday, and I will ask because he was speaking to a guy. If you guys go back and watch the TNT, um, he had a blue jacket on, and Kawhi Leonard was talking to his security guard. One side, I know him pretty well. His security guard, and then the other guy, he had like a he was on the left side of Kawhi Leonard. Was as part of the security team for the Clippers, and then there was a young lady in between his security and Kawhi. So I will find out what's really going on Sunday. But what's reported is he had lower back spasms. That's what was reported. So I'm gonna go with that until I actually find out what really happened. But he did not play after the first quarter. I was looking at the bench. I'm like, damn, Kawhi should have been in already. But he didn't play the entire second quarter because he usually comes in after like the first after 7 minute mark, 6-7 minute mark. He'll come in. So when he's not on the bench and I don't see him coming in, I'm like, he's in the back room. So they're reporting that as lower back spasm. But let me explain something to y'all real quick, because a lot of people saying that he's the reason why him being out is why we lost the game. First of all, when Kawhi left the game, the score was 21-34. That's why we left the game. That's why he left. That's when he left the game in the first quarter. That's what the name of the score was. We're up by 13 points. Very, very solid. You know what I'm saying? Playing on both ends as far as as a team. But we did not lose because Kawhi Leonard did not play. In the second quarter, we extended the lead well over 20 points when he left the game and he was out the game. So we can throw that excuse out that Kawhi Leonard didn't play while we lost the game. That's not what happened. I'm going to tell y'all what happened in a minute, but all I'm going to tell y'all is that Kawhi Leonard is not the reason why we lost that game. As a matter of fact, we turned up in the second quarter when he left, and Kawhi was not himself. We can obviously see he was moving very gingerly. He was not moving like as he usually would move on the court. There was one play down the stretch in the first quarter where he drove to the basket. Jaden McDaniels was behind him and tapped his back, and you could see Kawhi Leonard kind of arch his back and like a pain type motion running up and rubbing up the court. So I'm gonna go with he had back spasms, right? And another thing too, y'all gonna stop saying that shit that Kawhi Leonard does everything for this team. Because last time I checked, when we got to the conference finals, Kawhi Leonard was not there. Last time I checked, when the 2022 season he missed the entire season, we still made it to the play-in, and we were the 4th seed with Paul George leading us before he got hurt. Last time I checked, we're always called the deepest team in the NBA, whether Kawhi Leonard is there or not. So we're gonna stop saying this shit that he does everything for the team, and without him we can't win regular games, because we've been proving nothing more than the last 2 seasons. Without him, we've been able to win games. Kawhi Leonard is our best player. Kawhi Leonard, in my opinion, will be the best player in the NBA playoffs. But we're going to stop with this notion, this narrative, without him, that we can't win a regular game. That's bullshit. We beat the Golden State Warriors. Coming back, Kawhi Leonard did not play that game. The game that Ty Lue got ejected in, Kawhi Leonard didn't play. We went 2-2 the last time he was out. We went 0-2 when Paul George was out. We went 0 and 2 when Paul George was out. We went 0 and 2 when Ty Lue got ejected in, Kawhi Leonard didn't play. We went 2-2 the last time he was out. We went 0 and 2 when Paul George was out. We went 0 and 2 when Paul George was out. See, these narratives are gonna be stopped here, man. Like I say, some of us, if you say something more times than not, you're gonna start making it the truth. There is no truth to say that without him, we ain't winning games. We can't do this thing. He's not doing everything. He has plenty of help on this team. This is the most talented, stacked team he's ever been on. How the hell can we be calling us up the deepest team, but yet he doesn't have any help? When you keep saying that, it's disrespectful to his teammates, who's been carrying the fort down when he's been out and been injured for the past 2.5, 3 years. I'm tired of hearing that shit. Now, let me get into the real reason why we lost last night. The score last night in the second quarter, as y'all can see on the right corner, was 28-46. This is when Kawhi Leonard was in it was 8 minutes in the second quarter. You had James Harden, you had Paul George, you had Amir Coffey, you had Daniel Tice, you had Norman Powell in the game. Well, in the second quarter, we're up by 18 at this point. Paul George kicks it out to Amir Coffey for the shot. He swings it to Norman Powell in the corner for the three, hits the shot. We go up to 28-49. Jaden McDaniels misses this shot. They come back down in transition. I think James Harden tried to, do a alley-oop pass to Daniel Tice. I think he missed it, but we extended the lead to 22 points. That's the first thing. We were still in control of that game in the second quarter. The real reason why we lost last night is not because Kawhi Leonard did not play. We could throw that out. That's not why we lost that game. The reason why we lost that game is because we could not control the paint and we could not keep guys off the boards. Why couldn't we keep guys off the boards? Well, for a number of reasons. Number one, our defensive IQ. We fall asleep on defense too many times. We get backdoored. We get out-hustled. We get outsmarted. We are not a very, very disciplined defensive team. We have defensive-oriented guys. We have a lot of guys who can, make stops and play one-on-one, who are gifted. But the defensive scheming and the discipline is just not there, which I'm going to get into somebody who's in charge of that. Yes, I'm going to get on his ass too. The biggest reason why we lost is because Ivica Zubac was playing. Look, I'm going to tell y'all this. I'm going to tell y'all this one time. Zubac cannot play against the Timberwolves in a series. I'm sorry. There's certain teams Zubac's going to be very, very big against. The Lakers, the Nuggets, the Suns. He's going to be very, very big in those series. Why is that? Because you're playing up against guys who are not really focused on staying in the paint. Anthony Davis is not a paint player. He can play on the perimeter. He's not physical. Or he's going to play kind of in the mid post. He's not going to go for offensive rebounds like that. Yusuf Nurkic, another guy, is not very physical. Nikola Jokic, not a physical player. He's a very, very finesse player. He's very smart and intelligent. I think Zubac will have his hands full with Jokic, but that's Nikola Jokic. He can still play in that series. Against the Timberwolves, he cannot play. Now, I had thought originally, without Karl-Anthony Towns, that this might be a little bit easier for Zubac to play in this game. But shit, it's the same thing as the second time. If y'all go and look at the 4 games we played the Timberwolves, all 4 games, there was 2 games that Zubac played and the 2 games he didn't play. The first game Zubac did not play. The Clippers could have won that game. Really just came to the last point of the game. That's what happened. We still were able to had a chance to win that game, the first game. The second quarter, the second game, we got blew out in LA, and Zubac was playing. We said to ourselves, let's see what it looks like when Zubac plays. Gobert, Cat, they were all just too physically dominant for Zubac to be a factor. The third game, Zubac doesn't play. We actually win the game. And we win it with Paul George and James Harden having a bad shooting night. Last night, Zubac got exposed once again by Rudy Gobert. Daniel Tice is the better option to playing against Rudy Gobert than Ivica Zubac. Daniel Tice is more mobile. He's more aggressive. First of all, he's able to take Zubac or Gobert out the paint. The way we beat the Minnesota Timberwolves is the same way we beat the Utah Jazz with Gobert. The same center was there 3 years ago. We take that big sorry bastard out the paint. Well, how do you take him out the paint, BJ? You have to have a guy. You have to go small to make him be able to be forced to come out. When Russell Westbrook was playing also the last game, Gobert can camp out in the paint because Russell Westbrook's not a great three-point shooter. But when you got 5 guys who can stretch the floor, i.e. Daniel Tice, Norman Powell, Terrence Mann, James Harden, Paul George, when you got 5 guys who can stretch the three-point line and stretch the three-point shot, you get the score like this. That was the line, or it was Amir Coffey. I'm sorry. Wasn't Terrence Mann, it was Amir Coffey. I'm sorry, my mistake. But he can still stretch the three-point shot. Now, Gobert, as y'all can see in the paint, cannot just stand there and wait for guys to come in and drive in and score. He has to be forced to come out. We did it to him in Game 6 against the Utah Jazz. We came back because Gobert was a liability. It's the same shit. It's the same thing. If you take Gobert out the paint, the Clippers will dominate the game. You start seeing Minnesota, who's not a disciplined offensive team itself, they're going to be somebody that's not going to be able to hang on. They looked pathetic in that first half up until Zubac came in and Tice came out. They looked pathetic. They couldn't even hit a shot. But what happens? Zubac comes into the game. Gobert gets a couple of offensive rebounds. Zubac can't guard the pick and roll. Zubac cannot protect the rim. He literally couldn't do anything. He couldn't do a damn thing. And I'm not saying it's he's not physically dominant enough to deal with Gobert one-on-one, and he's not physically agile and athletic enough to deal with these quick guards. Like I said, if Zubac comes up high on the screen that Anthony Edwards has, he's going to go right past him and get into the paint. Okay, well, if Zubac drops back by the basket, he can't protect the rim. So you can't protect the rim and you can't guard the pick and roll, and you're getting bullied by the other opposing center. You damn near you're a liability on the court. Now, offensively, he has some nice little jump hooks and stuff of that nature, but the guys, they cannot depend on Zubac to hold his own against Rudy Gobert. You take Karl-Anthony Towns, that I'm thinking that they're going to have a chance to be able to deal with this one-on-one. Zubac act like he wanted no issues with Rudy Gobert. None. Daniel Tice, on the other hand, he's going after the ball. He's boxing out. He's playing aggressive. He can stretch the three. He can stretch the three-point shot, and we up by 22 points. If you want to know how we lost the game, go no farther than that second quarter. That second quarter is when we lost that game. Watch the entire second quarter. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. That brings me to Ty Lue. Oh, yeah. You get some blame too, brother. Yeah, smash the like button. Y'all come in here. 61 people chat with 61 likes. Let's get these likes up, y'all. Appreciate y'all coming in here on this beautiful morning. Like I said, I was mad last night, but I'm in a good mood this morning because I understand what was really going on. Ty Lue, you cannot wait until a 20-0 run to call a timeout. And this is a habit he has. See, what a timeout is supposed to do is to settle your team down when the opposing team is on a run. Momentum is real in basketball. You cannot allow a team continuously who is confident to continuously look at the score. When you see Paul George, James Harden, Norman Powell turn the ball over, when you see Ivica Zubac getting out rebounded by Rudy Gobert, when you see them actually discombobulate on the offensive end, you cannot allow the Minnesota Timberwolves will keep coming back down off of momentum, confidence, and just strictly attack mode, play after play. In that 20-0 run, he should have called at least 2 timeouts. That way, you stop the cheering, you stop the shit talking, you stop everything on the court from Minnesota's side. You're gonna miss shots in basketball. I hope y'all understand that a 20-point lead is not a big lead in the NBA anymore. People keep saying they gave up a 20-0 lead. I got news for you. With the 3-point shot and 3-point shooting nowadays, that's a that's not a deep enough lead in the NBA no more. We're talking about now 30-point leads are what you have to be to kind of have control of the game. And sometimes there's teams that come back from that. But a 20-point lead, that's like what, 5 possessions you only need to score, and the other team don't have to score anything, and you're back into the game. Ty Lue has a bad habit of waiting too late to call timeouts. Then he wants to call a timeout when the score is 55-58. Anthony Edwards hits a 3-point shot. He's already cooking. He's already talking shit. He said, "Oh yeah, we about to play now." Once I saw Anthony Edwards say that, I'm like, "Oh shit," because I know how he is. He gets a high off of that type of game like that. You have to keep him calm. You have to keep him lowered down. You don't want him getting amped up. Ty Lue coached this dude in USA basketball. You cannot allow Anthony Edwards to start getting energetic and start talking. As I told y'all over and over, if your team looks unorganized, that means your coach is unorganized. And watching that game last night, it looked like Ty Lue didn't know when to call timeout. It wasn't just one player turn; it was the whole entire team turn the ball over in a short span in the second quarter and in the third quarter. Calm your team down, bro, and start calling timeouts. You have a job to do too as a coach. You just can't say, "Well, James Harden carry the offense," and I'll just sit back with my hands folded and let them just figure it out. You can't do that because you start losing the locker room. Which brings me to James Harden and Paul George. Another problem I had. See, Harden's another one. He struggles against Minnesota. Why is that? Because Zubac struggles against Minnesota. James Harden's biggest threat is having that pick and roll option with Zubac. Well, since Zubac is a liability against Rudy Gobert, guess what? James Harden is connected to him. He's going to be a liability as well. Now you're forced to see James Harden taking them long ass threes, step back 3-point shots. They go in, yeah, but you take his most lethal weapon away with Zubac. So now you make James Harden a liability. He starts turning the rock over. He starts, throwing it behind his head to Zubac. Think he's going to catch it. Here comes Rudy Gobert, tapping the ball. If Zubac's a liability, that's going to connect to James Harden. Unless you use a 5-guard offense or a small ball offense where now you can have 5 guys on the perimeter. James Harden's on the court at this point. Now Rudy Gobert doesn't look so dominant anymore. Now you're forced to play defense if you're Rudy Gobert. You can't just stay camped out in the lane. You're going to have to guard up now. There's 2 guys against the Timberwolves who struggle against this team to score and be a threat, and leads change when they get into the game. And that's Visca Zubac and Russell Westbrook. Those are the 2 guys. It doesn't mean they're bad players, but there's certain matchups with certain teams. Certain guys just not going to be able to get any minutes. I'm sorry. Now, against a team like Sacramento, Westbrook will be very big with because he can match De'Aaron Fox coming off the bench. Zubac can't play against Sacramento, as y'all can see. Domantas Sabonis plays inside. He's physical. Zubac, as y'all saw, got destroyed by him. He got destroyed by Rudy Gobert. But Tice is a perfect option. Now the problem is, I'll give Ty Lue some slack. You can only keep guys out for so long; they need rest. And Tice is a player that I can kind of see, gets pretty tired pretty easily. So you're gonna have to sub somebody in. Mason Plumlee is pretty much falling out the rotation. I don't think he's physical enough to do Rudy Gobert. He might be athletic, but he ain't physical enough. Zubac or Plumlee gonna have to say to themselves, Rudy Gobert, you're not punking me today. You're not moving me around the paint. You're not moving me out the paint. You're not getting rebounds over me. You're gonna feel me. One of these guys gotta actually show up against Rudy Gobert, or else we're gonna have a big problem. And if Karl-Anthony Towns played last night, it would have looked even worse. Tice, he got some pride about himself. I ain't worried about him. He can play. No, Paul George ain't the reason why we lost either. A lot of you dickheads, I know y'all gonna go to that. How the fuck can he be the reason why we lost when he shot 11 shots? He only shot 11 shots. He made 10 for 10 from the free throw line, so you can't say he wasn't aggressive getting to the basket. He played great defense on Anthony Edwards. He didn't score on Anthony Edwards, didn't score on him, except one time in transition. The other times he couldn't score. Anthony Edwards took control of James Harden, Norman Powell, the screens when Terrence Mann was guarding him as well. He's asking for screens when Terrence Mann was guarding him. Getting to the basket, driving on, and pretty much scoring around Visca Zubac because he couldn't protect the damn rim. Oh, PG didn't score 35 points. Well, bitch, he didn't score that in the last game against Minnesota. We still won. As a matter of fact, he shut down Karl-Anthony Towns in that third game. That was the big reason why we won last game, because Karl-Anthony Towns was eliminated. And Kawhi Leonard, scoring 28, 30 points. But like what I'm saying is that we don't really need to score a whole bunch of points to beat Minnesota. We literally were getting stops last night with this lineup. We had the game under control. We had the game under control. Now, what I will say about Paul George, bro, stop complaining to the refs every time you don't get a call. I watched him last night. He walking up the court when the refs don't give him a whistle. Bro, sometimes you got to just play through that, because when you start looking at the refs and say, I want a foul call here, I want a foul call there, and you walk him to court, that's not a good look. He got to stop doing it. I see PG do that a lot. He walks with his hands down like, damn, I didn't get the call, and I get it. They for whatever reason don't give this man his enough he don't get enough calls, in my opinion, as a star player. I get it, but you got 10 free throws last night, so you put pressure on defense. They will make calls for you. Right? James Harden shot 11 shots last night. Harden, you're not the second option on this team. Now, let me just say this, and then somebody said this also, and it kind of made some sense. He said since James Harden came to the team, Paul George's production is still good, but of course it went down. They're going to have to figure something out, and they're going to have to make an understanding that Paul George is the second option. Harden's job is to get guys involved. When you start over dribbling, when you start focusing on Zubac as your only option to, do the, pick and roll with and stuff like that, and you leaving PG in the corner, you understand that he's taking a back seat to simplify you. See, Harden can only play through his system. He can't play in the corner, staying in the corner, doing what he has to do. He's not going to be a great on-ball defender. He's very good on the help side. But to get the best out of Harden, he has to play in his system. So you already have a player that has came onto the team where everybody's had to adjust around him. Russell Westbrook's coming off the bench, right? Paul George had to basically be more of a catch and shoot guy. And another thing too, PG needs to start using that post game more. I saw it in spurts last night, but there was a play that he got picked up by Anthony Edwards because he was over dribbling. For him to be 6'8", 6'9", I need to see him post up more. He posted up Anthony Edwards a couple times and looked very good, and he scored. Ant-Man's a two-way player. He's not going to be able. You're not just going to be able to do what you want to him every time. So I would like to see PG post up a little bit more, but that's beside the point. What I'm saying is, though, is that Harness came onto the team. There's going to have to be a lot of adjustments made. He can't play two ways of the ball. So he has to understand when you start taking away shots from other players and making them, you know what I'm saying, subjugate to you, you still got to let other players be themselves. You got to still allow Paul George to touch the ball, you know what I'm saying, bring up the ball more. You don't always have to be the primary guy bringing the ball up. But the bigger reason why we lost again was not because, you know, Kawhi left. It wasn't because, you know, we didn't play great defense. We didn't play hard. Hell, I'm not going to put it all on Ty Lue. I put certain things on Ty Lue, but I'm not going to put this all on him. The big reason why we lost last night is because Rudy Gobert once again was able to imprint his game. We went from having a 20-point lead to giving it up to losing by 20 points. That's a 40-point swing. You give up 20 points. You have a 20-point lead. You give it up, and then you lose by 20 again. That's called momentum, y'all. That's called momentum. That changes very quickly. So, am I saying Zubac needs to be off the team? No. Am I saying that Viska Zubac's a bad player? No. But what I am saying is that he can't play against the Minnesota Timberwolves in a 7-game series. He must be limited like he was limited against the Mavericks when Luka Doncic was taking him out the paint and calling for one-on-one mismatches, licking his chops. That's what I am saying. There's certain games and series that Zubac is not going to be able to play in. It's nothing personal. He's a traditional center, so he cannot play against lengthy athletic fives. He can't do nothing with Rudy Gobert. He can't do nothing with Karl Anthony Towns. So what is he going to do on the court? What presence is he going to feel on the court? But how I feel about last night, man, like I said, you know, I cracked the code in my personal opinion, my humble opinion, of how to beat Minnesota. Now, I ain't the coach, you know, so I can't really put my, you know, imprint on, you know, Ty Lue. I can't make the man do what he needs to do. But y'all saw it last night. We literally had control of the game. And in one bad adjustment or one mishap, the game turned around that second quarter. So I'm gonna allow y'all to come in and give y'all sentiments after this 2-minute break, and we're gonna continuously talk a little bit more about this. But yeah, we'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, so I'm gonna let y'all in real quick because I see a lot of people in the comment section. I gotta give a shout out to a few people. Salute to my man, Mr. Mass, for coming in. Let's see. I saw a few comments. Salute to my man, OC of everyone in the chat. Appreciate you coming in. Let's see. What are you talking about, BJ? 11 shots and Kawhi goes down, and your number. That's pussy shit I'm talking about. Okay, let me explain another situation. Because again, I told you, you can't say that one guy shot 11 shots and the other one shot 10 and put it on one person. So let me just be clear. Let me just be clear. I want to be clear with y'all. If the man shoots too many shots, and what he's done a lot, I hear this a lot from a lot of Clipper fans. If the man shoots 20 shots and he makes only 8, oh, he's forcing it. He got to be more letting the game come to him. That's one thing that they'll say about PG. Well, the nigga shoots 11 shots, oh, he ain't shooting enough shots. So which one is it? Do you want him to overshoot the ball or looking to score? Or do you want him to take less shots? Because he shot 10 free throws. He made all 10 of his free throws. So he can't be just looking to settle because you got to get to the line. You got to be at least attacking the fucking rim. He shot only 5 3-point shots last night. He made 2 of them. That's 40%. So what the fuck are y'all talking about that he's not being aggressive enough last night? He shot 10 goddamn free throws. And he shut down Ant when he was playing defense on him. Anthony Edwards only scored on Norman Powell, James Harden, Terrence Mann off of screens. If James Harden has control of the offense and he's determining who's shooting the ball and PG's waiting in the corner, how the fuck is he supposed to get 20, 25 shots up? How the fuck can he get 25 shots? I want y'all to explain this to me. Since you're telling me he needs to do this, that, yeah. How the fuck is he supposed to get 20, 25 shots up if he's waiting in the corner for the ball? Just like Norman Powell waits for the ball. Like Kawhi Leonard waits for the ball. When Harden is playing, you have to fit around his system. He's feeding everybody the ball. He's feeding Zubac the ball. He's feeding T-Man the ball. He's feeding Norman Powell the ball. He's feeding Amir Coffey the ball. He's feeding Paul. The primary reason that we have a deep team is Harden is going to give the ball up to the open player. He's determining who's getting the basketball, unless PG's just bringing the ball up himself. Y'all sit up in the chat talking about he needs to be doing this, but you can't explain how he's supposed to do that. So that means you're just chatting. Even if you want to bring up the turnovers, we still up by 20. This is the point I'm not getting. We up by 20 points with them same damn turnovers. Turnovers are a part of the game of basketball. You're going to turn the bitch over at times. It's 5 turnovers, 2 more. Yeah, that is. And we still was up in the game. We didn't lose the lead at all. We were up in the game. We were increasing the damn game. So how were we up with him turning the ball over? We lost the lead when Zubac came into the game, point blank, period. That's when we lost the game. And it's not about putting shame on, but it's the truth. He can't guard the pick and roll. He can't guard the basket. He can't guard one-on-one. He getting out rebounded by he couldn't do anything on the court. It is what it is. That's why that was the reason. Wilson, we were up when Kawhi left the game. It was 21-34. We extended the lead when Kawhi Leonard left. I'm not giving that to him. We went up. We were up by 20 points. I don't think y'all getting that point. When Kawhi left the game, we were up by 20 damn points. What's up, Mass?
Hey, what's up, BJ? Always enjoy the content, man. I like coming in and giving my opinion. I don't have no dog in this fight, so all I can do is just assess the game. Now, to be fair, I didn't watch it. I was at the Kings and Bucks game. I'll be tonight for the Kings and Lakers. So, but I did come back last night and rewatch it, a little bit of it, and saw the highlights. So I'm just gonna give a quick take and then I'll mute myself. Yeah, listen, we know James and Paul can play better, right? I don't think 25 shots is a measuring stick. I think people see a box score and say Kawhi goes out. Combined, they shoot 21 times. You made a great point about the free throw attempts, which means he is being aggressive because he shot 10 free throws. And so just don't look at the 11 attempts. He was trying to get his shots off. He got fouled. So that's a good point because you put in context why he only had 11 attempts. The turnovers, listen, I don't care about turnovers. I care about when you turn the ball over, if that makes sense. So
Exactly.
if PG and James Harden had, 5 and 4, 9 total, then I care about when the ball was turned over. Was it turned over in the fourth quarter in winning time? That's that point, right? You made a great point, man. That Harden and Zubac thing, Minnesota plays that play very well. And most teams don't have an answer for that. But Rudy Gobert's prank presence is giving this Clippers team fits, right? James can't play downhill like he does versus other teams consistently. That's why he went 2 for 6, right? He's not playing downhill. And when he's not playing downhill, he's not creating for others at the level you guys need him to. That's just my assessment here. You know what I'm saying? But I want to get to a point that I came on for a reason, is that we can look at offense and shot attempts and turnovers and blah, blah, blah. You guys, Ant-Man had 37, Conley had 23, and Alexander Walker had 28 points. You're not going to win a game if you guys aren't getting stops. You know what I'm saying? It's just not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I can deal with Mike Conley getting 23 points because he's a veteran. He hits shots. He gets hot. It is what it is. But you can't let Alexander Walker, you know what I'm saying, go off for 28 points. Now, the Los Angeles Clippers, in my opinion, have too many guys who are looked at as defensive players, defensive stoppers, right? So if that's the case, then if you have a Paul George and you have a Terrence Mann Thomas, right, then those two guys alone have to be able to shut off Walker's water at some point. I'm sorry, okay? If Paul George and Terrence Mann are making shots, cool, no worries. Affect the game in other ways, and that's playing defense. And so when I see Mike Conley and Walker go off for 23 and 20 points respectively, like, to me, that's a concern because all I'm told is that the Clippers have one of the best defensive guys in our league in Terrence Mann. They have a Paul George who is 6'7", 6'8", who can guard whoever, right? They have a Kawhi Leonard, even though Kawhi didn't play most of the game. So I'm not even going to mention him. But there's no reason in hell that Walker goes for 28 points. That's inexcusable, and that's unacceptable. Here's my last point. When Kawhi left the game, because I watched this a little bit, the offense just went to shit. And this team is too good, too deep, and too experienced to let that happen. Last night's game, it looked like once Kawhi left, they just forgot how to play offense. And you're right, BJ. A 20-point lead don't mean nothing in this league, right? I mean, listen, if you get a few stops, hit a couple of threes, you're back. You're right back in the game. And so all I'm saying is this, and you made a great point before I go or mute myself. Minnesota is a bad matchup for you guys. Not saying you guys can't beat them, because I would favor the Clippers probably in the series when it comes down to it. But I wouldn't be surprised if Minnesota won the series because they do little things that take away from what the Clippers like to do. And then just real quick too, if James Harden is going to be bringing the ball up court consistently and dictating and facilitating, and he determines who gets shots, because that's what you said, BJ, right? Tyronn Lue, James Harden, Kawhi, and PG need to get in a back room before and after games in practice and to figure this shit out, okay? Give teams different looks, right? I don't mind Kawhi bringing up court. I don't mind PG bringing up court, because if Paul is just going to stand in the fucking corner and wait for James Harden to dictate offense, that's not a good thing all the time. So all I'm saying is this: it's okay to switch it up and give the team's defense different looks. And when I said this months ago, I said James Harden in big moments in big games, he's going to be responsible for bringing the ball up court, dictating, facilitating, determine who gets the shots. I was told, well, no, Kawhi Leonard's going to bring the ball up court and do all this stuff. No, BJ just agreed with me. We both agree that James Harden is the Clippers' best ball handler, and he's their best decision maker as far as getting guys in their spots. So if that's the case, then I need James Harden to be more decisive, more creative, because if you ain't got the Zubac pick and roll playing downhill to collapse the defense and draw and kick, then you got to do something different, which means let PG bring up sometimes, let Terrence Mann bring up sometimes. I don't know, but it can't be the same old every single time. So I'm going to close with this last point. Last night lost to me. Okay, Kawhi didn't play the second half or whatever it was. So I'm not Cat didn't play. So I'm not going to take too much from the game, but from an overall matchup standpoint, I think Minnesota would be a long, physical, grueling series that the Clippers don't want to participate in. So that's my point there, bro. That's all I'm saying is that. Not saying the Clippers can't win the series, but I think behind closed doors, if you ask Tyronn Lue, they want to avoid the Clippers. And Thomas, if Terrence Mann is everything you say he is, bro, defensively, he's been slacking the past 3 or 4 weeks, bro. He ain't stopping nobody. He ain't stopping nobody. But go ahead.
I was just going to ask you, is he a lockdown?
Absolutely not, bro. Stop it, man.
Let me go to Deuce real quickly, and that's great points, man. Appreciate you coming in.
I don't know how kind of great points he had. What's up, Salute? He didn't watch the game right. It's crazy, bro. Our offense. The first thing I want to say is Zubac. Man. Zubac took a big step back. Like, to me, Zubac game is predicated on whether he gets touches or not. He was 7 to 9 last night. I don't think Gobert bothers him as much as people think. If we post him up on Gobert, I'm pretty sure those are buckets. You know what I mean? But put him in the pick and roll, and like you playing to Gobert's strength right there. If you put Zubac on a post with Gobert, I'm pretty sure Zubac will cook it. And that's what happens with Zubac. Like he know he had it going last night. He was like 80%, and he not getting the touches. You know what I mean? That makes him slow on defense. His defense is predicated on whether he gets touches on offense. Like I think we're all right. Like these guys are going through the end of the season. Like they didn't give their best effort last night. They haven't been giving their best effort since the All-Star break. Guys are walking around. Guys are laying on picks. Like the shots that Alexander hit last night, he was wide fucking open. He was shooting jam shots. So like I feel like these guys are going through the dark days of March. They're trying to pace themselves, and you can just tell, bro. Guys are walking around. They land on picks. Like I feel that we're all right. We've seen it hit the flip the switch part. So I feel we're good. I feel we're good. All the games we're losing. You know what I mean? Like you can see, it's effort. It's effort. These guys are trying not to get hurt. You know what I mean? These guys are just going through the motion. Like they said it earlier, you stay in that top 6, we all right. Because there's no easy matchup with no team in the West. Any team can beat any team in the West. Y'all close there.
Oh, great points, Deuce. Appreciate you. Well, let's go to my man Q Rich. What's good, Q?
Hey, what up, BJ? And what's up, y'all in the chat? What's going on, y'all? But y'all all everybody that has spoken definitely has some good takes, some good points. You know, I agree with you about the Zubac point for sure, and with Harden that was a great breakdown, and shit. If you ask me before the last game Zubac played and he played well, I thought I had questions about Zubac also. Like he started to look like old Zoo again or whatever, because he was just, you know what I'm saying, he just out of place, you know what I'm saying, missing the ball, not catching. He just looked
Uh-oh, I think the sound's off, or BJ must
Yeah,
have.
I was about to refresh my page. I didn't know if
I
it was
thought
my
my
phone
shit.
or
I
what.
thought my shit froze, bro.
Yeah, I'm back. Let me go to T Sweeze and then I'm gonna go to Thomas, y'all.
Oh no, I'm not ready. Go ahead.
All right, let me go to Sean. What's good, Sean?
What's good, fellas? Sorry for my voice, man. I've been sick for like a week.
Hey, Thomas, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, man? Glad you can show up when it's time to hate on James Harden, but no other time. But it's let me get on to my Suge.
What up, Thomas?
What's going on, Sweetie? What's going on, everybody? BJ, you tell, I mean, you exposed everything I've been saying about Ty Lue. The Dice still, I agree with that. I agree with that. The whole point is to get Gobert out the paint, right? The same way they want to pick on Zubac, we're supposed to pick on Gobert. That's the whole point about Ty Lue. But as far as everybody else, you know, Conley and Walker, they stand in the corner, guys. They're getting guarded by the lazy people, right? Harden, Powell, they're going to be open. They're going to get shots. So there's one thing about it, though, BJ. You've always told me every time I'm right, I'm going to tell you why you're right. Ant-Man, he's going to have to draw Kawhi Leonard. He's too fucking strong, right? I didn't realize how strong this kid was. He's definitely strong. I guess I haven't watched him enough. But me and you both right about the OKC Minnesota shit. You said Minnesota was coming. I said OKC was coming. Yeah. But shout out to you for saying Ant-Man is going to be a problem. He's one guy that's definitely going to have to draw Kawhi. He's too strong. Paul George guarding him too. Was guarding him too and locking him up at times. But he's going to pick on Zubac in the pick and roll. And when he's hot, he's too strong for anybody to do anything with, right? We've seen it in other matchups where before he gets hot, he couldn't abuse Paul George. He couldn't abuse Terrence Mann. He couldn't abuse Kawhi. But once he gets hot, same shit I said about Devin Booker. You can't let certain players get hot, right? They become a different animal. So that's the thing about Ant-Man. Once he gets hot, nobody can do nothing with him but Kawhi. Paul George had a couple good stops on him. Even Terrence Mann, Terrence Mann had like 3 terrific shot contests. He's just too strong and shot over top of him. So shout out to Ant-Man for being strong. But the whole point about Thias, what you're saying, BJ, is the same thing I said when you go, like, you got to pull Gobert out the paint. That's what you got to do, right? Also, what you got to do, I told y'all what was coming come playoff time. You cannot trot out Powell, Harden, Bones, Boston. Those 4 guys, you can't put them on the court. They're going to get targeted. And you heard what Ant-Man said after the game. Ant-Man got going by targeting certain players, right? Ant-Man told you, what did you see? They asked him, what did you see? He said, I saw a bunch of mismatches. That's true. Those mismatches were mostly Bones, Boston, Zubac, Powell, Harden. That's basically what he's referring to. And then obviously when he gets hot, when he's hot, I think he's too strong for Terrence Mann. I got no problems admitting that. But if he ain't hot, I've already seen Terrence Mann lock him up on many possessions. But the problem I had, it was after halftime, right? I knew at halftime he was going to come out that damn second half. And I told you this lineup was going to get destroyed. When he brings Harden and Powell out there, Harden and Powell and Zubac is like Reggie, Morris, and Zubac. That's three defenders that you can pick on if you put them all together in action, right? That's not going that ain't gonna work. He should have came with Coffee, T-Man, Paul George, Theis, and Harden. I agree about Theis. Also, Deuce is right about Zubac was actually killing the boys in the paint. They just didn't give him the ball enough. But I'd rather stretch the floor and put Gobert in mismatches than watch PG and Harden lock up on all, kind of lay down on offense, for lack of better terms. PG's got his 20, right?
Yeah, but like Zubac can get that dude work, man. I don't think Gobert's strong enough to deal with Zubac.
Yeah, he couldn't guard Zubac. Zubac scored every time he touched the ball. That's true. But see, this is the thing where about Kawhi and Paul George getting the ball, right? That does not mean Kawhi and Paul George walk the ball up from baseline to baseline. That's not called getting the ball in the fourth quarter. That's not what that's called. Harden can bring the ball up, but what I agree with Matt said was the play calling was running the same play over and over does not come from Harden. It don't come from PG. That's coming from the sideline, running the same thing over and over, right? Not putting Paul George in the post, like you said, BJ. That's a Ty Lue deal. He calls the plays. The guys get the ball. The coach calls the play. The player calls the play to the team. That's how play calling goes. Football, basketball, it all comes from the sideline to the signal caller. The signal caller implements the thing, right? So what Mass was saying is correct there. You don't run the same shit every time down the court, which is what it seemed to look like. Here's the other issue with Ty Lue. What every other Clipper fan has an issue with. James Harden is looking wore the fuck down. Not just last night. I know this show is about last night. But he's looking wore down for like 2 or 3 weeks now. Because we're running the man out here for 40 minutes and he's a damn 30-something-year-old. That's stupid. That's what it goes to all of us saying, play Terrence, man, play Coffee, play Bones, play Kobe, play the young guys so that the old guys don't hit this wall later in the season. That's another flaw of Ty Lue that we've all been asking for, and now you're seeing it come to fruition, right? So, Minnesota is a bad matchup for us. I agree with Mass on that point as well. I agree with Deuce Times about Zubac. I agree with BJ about Theis. Now, here's the kicker, though. Y'all saw in the first half, and I told BJ this tonight. Sorry, I was going to my.
Yo.
Okay.
Yo, Sean, did you I think Sean went off. Yo, Q, you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Yo, you can hear me now?
Yeah.
Yo,
We
my phone.
can.
I didn't even know my shit cut off, bro. But to simplify what I was just saying is, I just think the team should, you know what I'm saying? I think we just rely on Kawhi. You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying, on the offensive and the defensive end, a little just too much. You know, a lot of times, like yeah, like how you and Matt said, which was good points. I think um it's not about turnovers, you know what I'm saying? I think is when we had the turnovers in that third quarter, because PG I think had 5 and Harden had 3. But the time that they did have those turnovers, it was like back to back to back to back. And that's kind of when Minnesota went on that run, and then they, you know what I'm saying, they had the momentum. But Tyloo, as a coach, when he started seeing them turnovers happen consistently and Minnesota picking up the pace and the momentum in that game, you got to call a timeout and get the team adjusted, because we were starting to look a little lost. You know what I'm saying? And those are the concerns about the Clippers that we have to, you know what I'm saying, figure out a lot of the times, because a lot of times, sometimes I feel like we're in the game, and then a lot of times, sometimes we can get our head out of the game. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times we got to stay locked in and focused throughout the whole entire game. A lot of the times James Harden and Paul George were, like y'all always mention, when they're not scoring or they're not really having a big impact on the offensive end, it a lot of time affects like a lot of decision making, you know what I'm saying, on as far as like a lot of the future plays on the offensive end and their defense. We could slack off a lot, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of the times I think we got, especially in the game yesterday, we got beat a lot of the times just off of just turnovers. Period. You know what I'm saying, BJ? And I'm not gonna blame it all on two guys as far as James Harden and um Paul George, but from the last few games I've been watching, even outside of this game, they have to play a little more efficient, man. They have to play a little more efficient, because at times they're not really having the best of games. Like, even I ain't gonna lie, I think 10 points and 12 points for James Harden, that really ain't enough, bro. Because if you're really talking about, like how y'all say James Harden is the third option, you know what I'm saying? When the playoff time come, who's gonna guard Harden, right? Sometimes I think Harden takes himself out the game. A lot of the times. A lot of times I think James Harden scoring, you know, 12 points and them little 10 points, and he's having 20 every few games is not enough. You know what I'm saying? Especially in the playoffs. It's just not going to be enough. Paul George, a lot of times Paul George, you know what I'm saying? He's not really efficient. Like, I think our best efficient guy is Kawhi Leonard. Like, he's going to give you that 20 to 25 plus per game on a consistent nightly basis. Paul George has the same capabilities. I've seen it. But a lot of times, Paul George, you know what I'm saying, he playing to his own game. Sometimes he'll come out feeling himself, you know what I'm saying, and give you that 25-point game or that 30. He can do it. But a lot of times, Paul George be having them 15, you know what I'm saying, that 16-point game. And you know what I'm saying, I guess y'all could say his injuries or whatnot, but I think they need to be a little more efficient as stars. I do think that, BJ, because a lot of the times that's what's going to separate you and a lot of the other competition that you play in the playoffs. Like I said, it comes down to a star game at the end of the day. Like, the others do matter, but you still need your stars to be stars. You know what I'm saying? And James Harden and Paul George, they're just gonna have to play much better than what they're playing. I think they have to play much better than what they're playing. I think them turning over the ball and sometimes the way that they do, they gotta sharpen up on their, you know what I'm saying, on their tools a little more. Like,
Man, we was kicking their ass with them. Like I said, man, the reason why we lost that game was Zubac. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Them same turnovers we had were in the third and fourth quarter, or was in the second quarter.
right.
PG had 2 turnovers in the third quarter when before he got subbed out. James Harden had 2 turnovers. The game
Nah,
was already out of reach.
BJ.
They already had the momentum when they came back from this lead. When you have a situation like this, you up by 22 points. They got 33 to 53. The lineup was PG, Norman Powell, James Harden, Tice,
Right.
and Amir Coffey. So
Right.
before I address anything happened after that,
Uh-huh.
the momentum wasn't lost when Harden and Paul George turned the ball over. The momentum was lost well before that when Anthony Edwards say let's go, they were up 55. They came back in the second
In the
quarter.
second quarter, right.
So I want to focus on that because that is the reason why we lost the game. The fact of the matter is we've seen this 4 times in a row this season with Zubac on the court, even when he's not even yesterday he was 3 for 5 from the field. He wasn't 7 for 9. I don't know who said that, but he was 3 for 5 from the field.
Mm-hmm.
He's good on the offensive end in spurts with the hook shot. I give that to you, but defensively, he is not good enough to be able to play in this series
At all.
We won the game. The game we won, the third game we won, he didn't play.
Mm-hmm.
Paul George didn't shoot the ball all this efficient, but he locked up Karl-Anthony Towns. Jimmy Butler's another guy. He'll give you 18, 16 points. And still Miami Heat still will win games because you don't win games off of offensive scoring all these points. You got to get stops. And they were getting stops all throughout that second quarter. They were able to spread and take Rudy Gobert out the paint. That's how you have a Miami Heat team that constantly year after year makes it to the Eastern Conference Finals. We are focusing too much on the offensive end.
I think also that's you get. I think y'all getting back to kind of what I was trying to like say as far as with Kawhi Leonard, because some games like we are very good on the defensive end, but then you got to understand, BJ, we're not a team that we're consistently good on defense. Like we have our games, and a lot of times that will hurt us because we have certain games where we come out with that defensive punch and we hang our hats on the defensive end, and then a lot of the times it's like some games you don't show that effort. You know what I'm saying? It's just that effort is not there. That we just look lost some games. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times when our defensive leader is not playing, it can happen. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, Harden ain't really a defender, or you know what I'm saying. Paul George is a good defender, but a lot of times we have to be a little more consistent, especially with the players approaching on defense. We have to be way better on defense because a lot of the times we're a game-to-game team on defense. You know what I'm saying? And if Ty Lue's going to always play these offensive lineups.
And there you go. You just said it.
Right. So
why is it? So if that's the case, then that tells you that there's an inconsistency with the coaching.
Right. I agree. I agree. Ty Lue thinks a lot of the times we're just going to always beat teams on the offensive end, and that's what he's going to go wrong at, because a lot of times when you playing a lot of talent in the NBA, these teams nowadays could keep up with you. You know what I'm saying? Like you just seen Alexander Walker have 28 points. He's not even a star. You know what I'm saying? He's a good role player, but he just had 28 points, and Mike Conley had 27 or something like that. And them guys was just they was hitting shots. You know what I'm saying?
Because Mike Conley gives the ball up, man. See, Ant-Man could do what he have 26 shots like he did the other night. It's easy. He had 29 shots because Mike Conley's giving him the fucking ball.
Right.
He's not hot dogging it, dribbling between his legs, stepping back.
Right.
But he's not doing all that shit. So yeah, Ant-Man gets 29 shots, 37 points. Yeah, it's pretty damn easy for you to get all them buckets and have more transition opportunities when you know you're gonna get the ball. Vice versa, somebody else, PG gotta stay in the corner and wait for James Harden to finish his shit before he gets the ball.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of times what I noticed too, BJ, I noticed the Clippers, we play great basketball when the ball is moving. When we are attacking and we're passing when you passing this ball, a lot of times I think we fall victim to the offensive end is when we transition back into that isolation basketball. You know what I'm saying? I think we are better when we're moving the ball and we're getting open looks and good shots. I think the only people that I think should honestly be isolating is Kawhi. You know what I'm saying? Because I know Kawhi, and I like how he plays in the low post. You know what I'm saying? He could work his magic there. I like when Paul George is playing there also, but I don't like when Paul George get into that isolation game and start shooting them threes. And I'm not gonna say he did that last night. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying in general, I noticed we could get into those habits where Harden is just, you know what I'm saying, he coming off that screen or whatever, and then he got a big man on him, and he gonna step back for that three. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times we fall victim to those isolation plays a lot. You know what I'm saying? And when we play Clipper basketball and that ball is moving and we catching that ball and we getting open shots, we playing good basketball. And I felt like the first quarter and the second quarter, we was doing that a lot. And then what we started doing was we started taking a lot of isolation shots. And what happened with those isolation shots, some of them led to turnovers. and some of them we gave up a lot of buckets. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times, BJ, if you look at the scoreboard, they took 22 shots more than we did. They took 22 shots more than we did.
That's called that's not getting enough transition points and slowing the basketball down, which will work in the postseason. But right now, against a team like Minnesota, who's up and down and who was feeling themselves last night, that's going to be the detriment of the team. But it's like I said, man, like you with PG, he has to do a better job of using his size in the post. In mid post, he can't be just dancing around the 3-point shot and just trying to dribble the basketball. If you got Anthony Edwards on you, that's a 4-inch difference. You're shooting right over the top of him. That's what he needs to be doing more of. I can take that. But the whole Harden and PG got to get all these – he can't get all them shots up when Harden's sharing the ball with Zubac, Powell, with all these other scorers who have to eat. It's no way possible for him to get all these shots up. No way.
But more time, BJ. When I say PG and Harden, as far as like the offensive end, I'm not really talking about really yesterday. I'm just talking about overall. You know what I'm saying? I just think they don't have that. I haven't seen that step from them in a few weeks. I really haven't. Like even PG and Harden, I think they just look a little slower. They look a little slower. Like they can't beat you off that dribble. And Harden has it from time to time, but I don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you look at the scoreboards, BJ, from our previous games, they're not really like producing much on the points aspect as far as like how Kawhi Leonard is. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times I don't want them to
just let the team score against Chicago. He was the main reason we won the game.
Yeah, BJ, but that's one game, BJ, and I see that from PG a lot of times. It'll be one game, and it'll take 3-4 games.
PG has led the team in scoring 3 out of the 4 months. He led the league team in scoring in October, November, and January. The only month that Kawhi led the league team in score was December and February.
You said January?
Yes, they both averaged. They only averaging 22 points a game each.
He led the fucking team in scoring 3 out of 4 months. Let me finish, BJ, so I can. Y'all focused on the wrong end. Let me finish. My fault. My dispatcher was calling on a couple different lows. My mom's got a big doctor appointment next week, so I had to organize some shit. So here's the issue. I've told y'all this time and time again. Offense is not the problem. We're going to score the ball. The problem is defense, and I think it was Mass that touched on some of this shit. Somebody else might have too. Here's the issue. I told y'all the issue's going to come down with Tyloo trying to play too much offense. He's going to have his hand forced in the postseason to play the defenders on the court. That's where we're going to beat these teams' ass, and here's why we ain't worried about Minnesota and no other teams. The one thing I did see, y'all too focused about Paul George's offense. The one thing I did see that y'all scared to focus on, Karl Anthony Towns could not back down Paul George when Paul George did not want him to. He locked the dude up, took him out the game. Now you saw that. Last night with a bad back, unless BJ confirms something different, I saw Kawhi stretching his back on the sideline. So I thought the back spasms made sense to me. But if BJ's got a different report coming out, then that's one thing. But Ant-Man was fucking terrified of Kawhi. So that's your two answers on how we're going to beat these guys. The other answer is, yes, get Gobert out the paint. But you can't get Gobert out the paint by playing too much offense. That is the problem. So you match fire with fire. Minnesota wants to think they're going to lock us up, which is cool. Kawhi averages 33 points per game in the last 4 trips to Minnesota. That's not going to work. Playoff Kawhi is going to average 38 to 40 against Minnesota. What we seen in the regular season is nobody's worried about that. The answer is locking up on the defensive end, a.k.a. what you saw Walker and Conley doing was staying in a corner shooting wide open threes because Powell, Harden, Bones, Boston, those guys are not going to rotate. And I told y'all this all year long. I told you, anybody who knows me before y'all knows, and I'm always going to tell you this, and you're going to see it in the playoffs, Ty's hand will be forced to put the defenders on the court. Kawhi, Paul George, and T-Man will be on the biggest scores, and that's how we're going to send these teams home. That's the only way we sit. The offense is not an issue. But here's the thing with Tyler, he's got to stop riding Harden so damn many minutes. Because as you can see, Harden looks wore out. A month and a half ago, he didn't look wore out. He was blowing past everybody, right? He looks wore out, and he's old. You got to play Bones, Highland, and well, obviously Westbrook comes back, but Powell, you let the other guys hold the ball instead of wearing Harden out. So now he's done wore Harden out. Now what he's going to try to do, which is stupid, he's going to try to start getting Harden some rest, which you saw him quote this shit last night. We got to lower Harden's minutes. No, motherfucker. You should have worried about lowering his minutes all year long because in the stretch run, we're worried about seeding. We don't play half the year and then go into the fucking the stretch run and worry about resting. No, you use the youth, which is what everybody on this panel has been saying all year long and last year and the year before that. Play the young guys, Kobe Browns, Diabates, Coffees, T-Mans, Bones. Bones was playing great early in the year, and the man comes out and publicly benched him. For what? Use him, and you won't be riding hard in 40 minutes, and you won't be getting to this stretch run and say, oh, let's back hard minutes off. No, dumbass, you do the opposite. You keep his minutes down all year, and then you ramp him up going into the playoffs, dumbass. But he's going to be forced to play defense in the playoffs, and as much as y'all want to worry about Paul George or Harden's offense, that's not the issue. The issue is locking up on the other end, and we will do that, and Ty will be forced to do that, or he's going to lose his job, and you're going to be listening to people like Mass and all these other people coming here saying, I told y'all so. And then I'm going to be countering them saying, no, what I told you was we got to play defense. I'm not worried about offense because playoff Kawhi is going to draw double, triple teams, and it's going to make life easier on everybody. You're going to see the offense come along. Defense is what we're going to beat these teams and send them home, and that's what we got to focus on.
Well,
go ahead, BJ.
I want to go. I know Tyson hasn't gone yet, so I'll wait. I'll let BJ go.
Let Tyson go. What's good, Tyson?
What's good, man? Salute to you. Salute to the panel, Moss. What's up? I just think we got to give the Timberwolves some credit. I think they locked in at the end of that second quarter. I'm not really blaming Zubac. I thought Zubac played well, especially in that first quarter, right? It was up 13 at the end of the first quarter. Zubac played most of the first quarter and was playing very well. You know what I'm saying? Getting offensive rebounds, getting rebounds. I don't think Gobert was dominating that matchup early in that game. I think in the second half, they turned up. The Timberwolves turned up their defense, and their first turnovers, they got on them fast break. And, he said you're not worried about the offense in the playoffs. Okay, we'll see in the playoffs. But we're talking about yesterday, they played bad. the Stars came out. It's no Ty Lewis, no none of that. Kawhi got 5 turnovers in the third quarter, led to fast break points, and they got out and ran and got easy buckets. So that was the game right there to me. You talking about the second quarter, which was part of the game. I agree. They got a little momentum, but then you got a whole halftime to go in and rectify it. They come out in the third quarter and they laid the egg. Your Stars laid the egg. You know what I'm saying? Granted, Kawhi wasn't there, but that game was there to win. You know what I'm saying? They had a lead at the halftime. So the Timberwolves just came out aggressive on defense, first turnovers, got out on fast break, and the game was lost in the third quarter. Period. I agree.
The game was lost, sir. The game was lost after the second quarter, bro. You could say physically about it. You could say now, Tyson. You could say that he played good in the first. I didn't deny that. I said the second quarter we were up by 22 points, and Zubac. I saw what was going on. Gobert did not have any effect when you had this 5-guard line because he had to guard outside the paint. He couldn't do anything on the court. But when Zubac comes in for Tice, who doesn't stretch the floor, who wasn't being aggressive on the boards, who was getting second chance opportunities, that's what happened when Zubac was in the game. I didn't have no problems with the first quarter. To skip over that and just go to the third quarter and say, oh, that's what part. Nah, the game was lost when Anthony Edwards said, let's go in that second quarter. They were up 50. They came back 55-59. You already lead.
I understand what you're saying, BJ, and I'm not here to argue with you, bro. I'm saying y'all had a lead at that halftime, right? So if you come out and handle business in that third quarter, and you come out with some aggression, then all that's moot. That second
did.
quarter, right? Huh?
They did.
They came out in the third quarter with aggression.
We came out with all offense. That's the problem. You came out with
You came out with all offense. Yep.
and Zubac. So see, all y'all are correct, but y'all got to be able to piece a puzzle together.
What you say
about what he's saying about Zubac? BJ's correct. He's correct what he's saying about Zubac because Theis stretches the floor. Also, what Tyson's referring to, which is also even more to what BJ is saying, Ty Lue came out with all offense in the third quarter. Harden and Powell on the court at the same time. Harden and Powell was starting the third quarter. I've said this all year long. I've told BJ this and everybody else a million times. It's not going to work playing Harden and Powell and these guys together because you're going to get what Ant-Man told you. All I've seen was mismatches. He saw mismatches.
No, who would you have started? Theis? Who would you have started in the third quarter without Kawhi?
You start Harden, you start T-Man, you start Coffee, you start Paul George, and you start Theis. Here's also another problem, which is why Harden bogs down. But no, he said who would you start?
Oh,
so,
okay.
So here's another problem, which does not help Harden on offense, which is exactly what BJ is telling you. If Gobert has to respect the pick and pop, he cannot alter Harden at the rim, right? So when he don't have to respect the stretch the floor player on the court, aka putting Westbrook on the court,
but I thought
he guards Westbrook and sags off of him.
Don't you think rebounding? Don't you think on offense though doesn't Theis leave you without rebounding?
Of course he does.
This is the thing.
You're not taking that into account that Theis, you starting Theis against Gobert.
Right.
I'm not worried about rebounding. What you worried about is getting Gobert.
You're not worried about rebounding?
What are you talking about?
They were getting rebounds when Zubac was in the game.
Right, but I agree that, but it's even worse with Theis. It's even worse with Theis.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
No, it don't matter.
It don't matter because they was killing us.
Come on, man, we're not doing that, bro.
No, this is why it don't matter. They was killing us on the glass when Kawhi was playing in the first quarter, but we was murdering them. While they was murdering the glass, we still murdered them because the floor is stretched. The floor is stretched because he had Theis at the pick and pop. You're not worried about the rebound when they can't guard you. And then on the other end, if you get stops, the rebounds are going to come, right?
The rebounds are going to come. They don't just come. You got to go get them. What are you talking about?
Right. But rebounds come when you get stops. You get stops by playing defense.
You get stops by securing the rebound, bro. That's the end of the possession.
That's the end of possession. But the point is, if Ant-Man never gets hot, they never stand a fucking chance in hell in this game. And you're going to see that in the playoffs when Kawhi locks his ass the fuck down. But
I don't disagree with you.
Shout out to BJ. Shout out to BJ. He told me all summer Ant-Man was coming. And I said, man, I'm on SGA and OKC. I was wrong. I hold my L. BJ was right. Ant-Man is a fucking problem, especially once he got hot. Here's the difference. They was out rebounding us, but Ant-Man couldn't do a fucking thing because Kawhi was locking his ass up, which is why we blew him out. So the rebounds didn't matter, or we never would have blew him out in the first place. We blew him out while they was killing us on the glass because Kawhi was on that ass. He's scared of Kawhi, and in the playoffs, now don't get me wrong, hopefully Kawhi is, his back don't become a big issue, like Larry Bird issue.
100%.
But as long as he's in the playoffs, he's going to lock him up. And I loved what I saw when Karl Anthony Towns couldn't bully Paul George, and I'm not worried about that. We're going to beat their ass by playing defense, not by worrying about offense.
So let me get it real quick. Just real quick, TC. Okay, so I'll make this fast. So first and foremost, rebounding in the postseason is key. And
100%.
Between Theis and Zubac, you gotta weigh your options here. If Theis is knocking down shots, I agree. You play him because he can stretch you out. But if Theis is not knocking down shots and forcing Gobert out the paint consistently to where Gobert's a non-factor in the paint, then you can't play his ass. Point, period, blank. I go with Zubac because he He's a better out hustle player. That's number one. Number two, Thomas, you agreed that Minnesota's a bad matchup, and then in the next breath you say you're not worried about them, but they kicked your ass 3 out of 4 games. Hold on, bro.
That don't matter.
Thomas, I was dead quiet, bro. Seriously, they kicked your ass 3 out of 4 games, and the one game y'all won, Tyson, that they won by 1 goddamn point.
Facts.
Okay, Minnesota is a problem for the Clippers, bro. It's okay to say that. It's okay to say that,
bro.
And I did say that.
I'm not done yet,
as long as we play defense, we're going to whoop their ass.
Here's my last point here. Why are we not giving Minnesota credit, Tyson? Why are we
I don't
not
know.
giving them credit?
I said that right when I came
It's
over.
all about what it sounds like. It's all about what the Clippers didn't do compared to what the T-Wolves did. And last point, Tyson, Alexander Walker, because Thomas says don't let guys get hot, right? He shot the ball 10 times, made 9 of them, went 5 for 6 from downtown. Like, you would think that a guy like Terrence Mann, PG, I don't know, somebody, right, would go check him. Like, these are NBA players. Walker had 28 points. Oh, and by the way, if James Harden is facilitating and dictating, your best players eat first. I want Kawhi, PG, and Harden to eat first. Last night, Ant-Man took 29 shots. Conley took 15 shots, the second most shots on the team. So if James Harden is dictating, because BJ said that Harden has to get guys their shots and blah, blah, blah. Nah, man, fuck that shit. Get the ball to fucking PG and James Harden. Those guys eat first. Right, Tyson? I mean,
and that's exactly what, and Mash just said it. See, this is the thing. I can't hate on Minnesota because Thomas already said it. I've been big on Anthony Edwards for 2 years. I said Ant-Man's going to be the best player in the league 3-5. So miss me with all that. I'm trying to make a situation in the chat talking about I'm making an excuse for the Clippers. No, I'm saying basically I don't see how people can watch that game last night and not say Zubac was not the biggest reason we lost that lead, and he could not play against Minnesota. We've seen this 3 out of 4 games. He cannot play against that team. I don't see people cannot see that.
But you don't have to. Okay. Go ahead.
That's the biggest issue last night. But we lost the lead. The momentum was already given to Minnesota. He couldn't protect the rim. He couldn't get rebounds. He couldn't stop Gobert on the other end. He went only 3 for 5 from the field.
I don't think
against Minnesota.
Right. I don't think you go to an even worse matchup though. You know what I'm saying? When you say that's the best y'all got to live and die with that unless you think Mason Plumlee can come in and do something, which I don't really think he can. So you got to work with what you got, man. You got to do the best you could. Zubac got to man up and do the best he can. Just because he's not better than Gobert, that don't mean I'm going to necessarily bench him. You know what I'm saying? He got to play.
Tice is a better matchup than Zubac.
I disagree with that. I think they can exploit Tice too. Tice is not a rim protector.
Gobert wasn't killing Zubac 1-on-1. He was killing Zubac because Zubac was altering every fucking shot that came to the rim, and Gobert was cleaning up behind him.
Agreed.
Cleaning up on Zubac.
Agreed.
So you got to put more.
The offensive
BJ's right about the other end.
He was offensively rebounding, pushing Zubac out the paint. He was literally pushed. Tice is not getting pushed out the paint, even though he's smaller. The lead, like I said, he stretches the floor better and he's more physical than Zubac. The only problem is he's only 6'8".
So is it fair to say that the guards like PG and those guys need to go down and help him rebounding, tip the ball? I mean, do something. I mean,
well, that's what Kawhi is a big help though too. That's
right.
That's what
Tyson, I agree with. No, all I'm saying is this: if this team sees Minnesota in the postseason, which is possible, and if Zubac is at a disadvantage, because let's face it, man, Gobert is a dominant rebounder. He's big, he's physical. I get it, right? But that's why your guards have to come down and help. Like, we can't just act like Zubac is on an island because
y'all blaming Zoo, man. Zoo, he down there working, bro.
He's working, yes.
Everybody's working, man. True. Everybody's working.
That's true. That's true. But this same Gobert was played off the court because we stretched the floor in 2021. The same thing y'all complaining about is the same thing we already countered one time already. You got to stretch the floor and get his ass off the court. The same way they want to attack
Well, that
us,
was a
we gotta attack them.
Terrence Mann did that one time, bro. So listen, we can't keep going back to that. Okay?
No,
Terrence Mann got hot. Tyson had one game.
Gobert's played off the court a lot of times.
Sorry.
Gobert's been played off more than just against.
No, man. What?
No, you can exploit Gobert too. I agree with you. Gobert's
been exploited by more than the Clippers.
Yeah. Gobert is exploitable. He's not great on the perimeter, right? We know that
in different ways, though. Not just
in different ways. Agree.
Them out.
Yeah. I agree with that. But
that's the fastest way to get him off the court. That's the fastest way.
If you're making shots, it is.
You got to make the shots. You got to knock down shots. So you got to have. So you saying defense is the answer too. But you got to have shooters out there too to do it.
Or you just lock everybody up like you did when Kawhi was on the court. That's what you do.
Set the pick and roll so high on the top of the key with Rudy Gobert's man. You put them in a bad disadvantage where either he's playing drop coverage on PG, James, or Kawhi, or if Rudy comes up high and help, your guards or your wings right past him.
But Miles, that's the thing. If you watch Minnesota, they're a great defense in hedging and doing different things to mask.
That's true.
Rudy Gobert. Their perimeter defenders are switchable and all those type of things. So when you do that, they do a great job of hiding Gobert and allowing him to drop.
But you got to give them different looks.
You got to get. This is why I agree with Mass though. This is where Mass is right, and this is why in the offseason, if I'm Kawhi, Trae Young has a termination contract coming up, right? Where it's not a player option, but it's a termination option. This is what Mass is trying to tell y'all. The same Gobert and Brook Lopez are the same players, right? Except one can shoot and one can't. The same way they play Brook Lopez off the court in Milwaukee is they play that deep pick and roll, and you do that by having a shooter who can shoot the ball from 35 feet. So that's what I do in the offseason. But until we get there, there's more one way to skin a cat. Till we get there, we do what we did in the first quarter, which we put the best defenders on the court, we lock their ass up, and all this other shit we talk about is irrelevant. But to Mass's point, if I'm Kawhi, I'm calling Trae Young in the offseason to get a perimeter floor stretcher to counter what Mass is trying to tell you. You see, I disagree with Mass a lot of times, but when we on the same page, I'm gonna call it how it is. We on the same fucking page.
Well, Thomas,
Trae Young will stretch that pick and roll like Mass is explaining.
Also, to you guys, I mean, just real quick, Thomas makes a great point because I was at the game last night, Tyson, with the Bucks and Kings, and they took so much advantage of Lopez, bro, on the high pick and roll, and they said high. So listen, I know when
you say high, it's stress to the people how you mean. They probably understand deep.
I'm about to tell you, bro. I'm about to tell you. Darren Fox, Kevin Huerter's, mainly Malik Monk, right? Does a great job.
Monk was crazy.
Yeah, he calls the pick high with Sabonis, like 3 or 4 feet behind the 3-point line, right? Now you're working in space once the guy is trolling you, right? Now I got options.
Right.
Now Tyson makes a great point. Minnesota is defensively sounded to where you can't run that play versus Minnesota consistently because they're going to adjust to it. All I'm saying is this: you got to give them different looks.
No, I agree.
And Thomas, why are you saying Trae Young for, bro? You got PG, Kawhi, and Paul George, man.
Right. Because Trae Young runs the high pick and roll, what you're referencing. Harden and PG don't run it high.
Hey,
they run it closer to the line.
Thomas.
Trae Young runs it high in the motherfucker.
With that new CBA, that's gonna be hard to do, brother.
It's gonna be tough to do, man.
It ain't because PG ain't on the contract and Harden ain't on the contract.
You're gonna sacrifice a lot of depth, brother, if you do that, because you can't sign vet minimums. You can't do a lot of stuff no more.
If PG don't sign a contract, these players are cheap, money, bro. They're hard caps. These
players are cheap.
No, you got to check out that new CBA. It really handcuffs you, Thomas.
Right. But you're talking about two supermax players not under contract if you go into the offseason.
Hey, Tyson.
See, so the CBA matters now.
On offense, and then not account for his defense. Come on, man. This is crazy.
And you got a high Trae Young on defense.
Everybody has weak defenders, though. Everybody does that. The Miami Heat got Hero and Duncan on the court. The Bucks got Dame on the court.
Nobody's more weaker than Trae Young.
Curry Golden State has Curry on the court. We're about to have Harden on the court this playoffs. It's a lot of teams have weak links on defense.
Yeah, you can hire a player with good other defensive players.
Everybody be because like last night in the first until Kawhi got hurt, nobody was even saying a word about Harden and Zubac.
But why are you guys not giving Minnesota credit, though, man? That's me and Thomas's biggest gripe today. Why is it about what the Clippers didn't do compared to what Minnesota
You got to get them
did?
boys. They came out in the third quarter, man. They locked Paul George up.
I'm not worried about right now. What I'm worried about is in the playoffs is when our best defenders on the court. That's what I'm worried about.
But Kawhi was on the court those games when they kicked your ass, for the most part.
Right. And we won one game. We won one game, and we was blowing their ass out before we got hurt.
You won by 1 point. You won by 1 point.
We still won.
I know. Listen, I agree with that. But Kawhi Leonard was on the court locking up Ant-Man, and y'all still got beat by double digits 3 out of the 4 games. Make it make sense. It's a bad matchup.
He wasn't locking up Ant-Man every time.
He didn't get locked up.
Terrence Mann was locking up Ant-Man. One of those.
Okay, well, my bad. Terrence Mann, Kawhi, whoever. All I'm saying is this. On one hand, Thomas, and again, bro, I think me and you agree a lot today, which is cool. But you say that you're not worried about them, and then you say it's a bad matchup. Both can't be true.
Yeah, it can't be true. Everybody has a bad matchup. Everybody has that. Like the Lakers are a bad matchup for Minnesota. Everybody has a bad matchup, right? Everybody has that.
No, I disagree.
So, but where are we going to win at? It's by putting our best defenders on the court, not on the other end. That's what we're going to win at.
So, do you think Minnesota is going to be consistently playing good defense versus the Clippers? Because my thing is this, Thomas. What we've seen in 4 games, there's going to be some adjustments. Teams are going to counter. The game slows up, right? But one thing that's been consistent with Minnesota all year long, and I think this will translate to the postseason, is rebounding and defending. So with Minnesota, Thomas, that's not going to change. Whereas the Clippers are up and down. Like, they're a jump shooting team. They rely on isolation ball and jump shooting teams. One thing that's constant in that series is going to be rebounding with Gobert, elite rim protection with Gobert, and elite rebounding with Gobert, and elite perimeter defensive players contesting and altering shots.
What's going to be consistent? What's going to be consistent is Ant-Man and Towns going to be locked up by Kawhi and Paul George. That's what's going to be consistent.
He don't want to agree with you, but you telling facts, bro. You telling facts.
And McDaniels.
Yeah, but what's going to be consistent is we got the best defender on their best player, and that's going to wash that out.
And check this out. McDaniels last night went 0 for 8 and scored 0 points. How many times is that going to happen, Tyson, in the series? McDaniels.
Alexander scoring 28 not going to happen a lot.
No.
It was kind of a wash.
Listen, I agree.
Right.
Listen, I agree. But here's the thing, though. There's no way in hell that James Harden and Paul George combined takes 21 shots. Because listen, Kawhi Leonard is not going to play great every single game. He's going to lean on Norman Powell and James and PG to be somewhat alive. And so
PG got to step it up, bro. What he showed me in that third and fourth quarter is not going to get it done, bro.
Thank you. Like, these are bad habits.
That's period. I'm not hating on Paul George. Y'all know how I feel about Paul George, but at the end of the day, that's not going to get it done. That's your best player. That's your best player. That's your best player when the game was teetering. Because y'all had a lead. Again, I understand what BJ is saying, but y'all had the lead going into that third quarter. And that's your best player going out there in the third quarter and giving the game away with 5 turnovers and giving away fast break points and not taking the game under control. So to me, that's a big deal. BJ don't see it that way.
So Thomas, how did we get the lead? Or Tyson, how did we get the lead in the first place?
How did y'all get the lead in the first place?
Yes.
Y'all was playing solid ball. Y'all was moving the ball. Kawhi was on the court. Y'all was rebounding.
No, he wasn't.
I think Zubac.
No, he wasn't. Kawhi was not on the court in the second quarter.
No, I said in the first. Y'all had a 13-point lead in the first quarter.
I'm gonna say this again. When Kawhi left the game, we extended the lead. If we're gonna sit here and say that Kawhi, if we're gonna sit here and say Kawhi Leonard is the reason why we lost the game, or because our offense,
I didn't say that.
We were lost. But the main reason we were up, we were playing defense,
right,
and we were not getting exposed in the matchups. When Anthony Edwards said, "I saw a lot of mismatches," that should tell you everything you need to know about what happened last night.
I did not. I agree with that, bro.
That is the
He ain't gonna
biggest
see that in the
reason.
playoffs.
That is the biggest reason we lost last night. Not because PG should have shot more shots. Not because Harden should have shot more shots. Not because
Who said more
I'm not
shots?
going to put it on. I'm not going to even say it's so more. I put some blame on Ty Lue, but I'm not going to put that all on him. But the main issue is that mismatches were given up, and Anthony Edwards, being who he is, attacked what he saw right in front of him. He was not doing that in the second quarter when you had defenders on the court, and he could not just pick on who he wanted to pick on.
I agree with that, BJ, but you don't think that your star player having 5 turnovers in the third quarter that y'all lose 29-15 is a problem?
He didn't have 5 turnovers in the third quarter, bro.
How many he had?
The problem is we didn't have enough defenders on the court. That's the problem.
Exactly. He had 3 turnovers. He had 2 bad passes, and he had 1 offensive foul. He set in the screen. And even with those same turnovers, Minnesota was not converting off those turnovers. It's not, but since the thing you're not converting off those turnovers. You're still to that. My point is, even if you turn over the ball, you're not converting off them. It's a even. You're capping out. They're not converting off those turnovers. Minnesota only
So how
scored
many
18
points? How many points off turnovers did they have?
18 points. We compared 24. So
How many in that third
turnovers?
How many in that third quarter?
Well,
they only had 18 points the whole game off of turnovers.
They was making
Y'all had
runs
most of
way
y'all
before
turnovers
the
in the third quarter.
They made run way before the third quarter.
Brother,
the third quarter was the only
They lost the third quarter 29-15, bro, and they telling me what are we doing?
They made a run before the third quarter. Did you watch that game?
Again. Y'all had the lead at halftime.
We're up by 4 points. They had the game already. They already felt what's going themselves once at halftime, bro.
Okay.
They already made the run. Third quarter was not where the run was made.
Well, the way I look at it,
29-15 is not a run.
No, that's extending what they was doing. They already was on the run.
20-3 is a run. They made a 23 run that second quarter. That was the run.
Exactly.
The way I look at the turnovers, Tyson, is Tyson. Listen, I mean, even though if PG turns the ball over and the T-Wolves don't score off of it, they still didn't get a shot attempt up. The T-Wolves had I think 19 or 20 extra shots at the rim.
I don't know what we doing, man.
Oh, I mean, no. Tyson, listen, bro. Because I mean, I'm agreeing with you a little bit here.
No, I know you are. I'm saying they saying that's not important. That third quarter wasn't major in the game.
But I look at the turnover stuff.
The third quarter was after the second quarter.
You can't give an NBA team.
Never mind, bro.
You can't, Tyson. You cannot give an NBA team.
The shit started in the second quarter. Third quarter was not.
It did. I agree with that. I agree with it. It started in the second quarter. Again, you go hit the reset button at halftime. Y'all go in there and talk, and y'all come out.
You're not hitting the reset button when you bring all offense on the court.
That's
what you're failing to realize. It's not going to work when you bring all offense on the court. Anthony Edwards told you what he saw.
Halftime.
He said, "I saw food."
You reset at halftime. Anyways, Tyson.
Well, he made a bad reset. That's the whole point.
Who you think he was talking about when he said that? Who you think Ant-Man was saying? I saw many mismatches. Who you think he was talking about?
Well, I mean, he's throwing a jab at the Clippers team, the coaching staff, and the players. I mean, the Clippers in general. But my point is this, though.
He talked about who was on the court. He said,
"Okay, that's fine. Okay, cool, man. I got you, man." Tyson.
So answer the question. Answer the question.
Man.
I feel like they be arguing with me just to argue, bro. Like that third quarter wasn't important when you guys lead at halftime.
He asked you a question and you don't want to answer.
What was the question?
I said the Clippers.
What was the question? That's the whole point. You won't play stupid.
No, I didn't hear. No, everybody's talking, bro. Ain't nobody playing stupid.
Nobody was talking but BJ. Stop playing stupid.
What was the
question? Ask the question again. What was the question I asked? BJ, repeat the question he already heard.
This motherfucker, bro.
Tyson tries to play dumb, bro. Tyson's a fucking idiot. He tries to play dumb all the time.
What I'm saying is, the thing about it, Tyson said PG got to be better. Yeah, he got to be better. I will say he needs to be better. But what I'm not going to do is put that on him, the reason why we lost that game. We had to lead way ahead with him on the court doing what he was supposed to do. Harden was on the court doing what he was supposed to do. We had Zubac. 3 out of the 4 games we lost with Zubac in the game. I'm watching every time Zubac's playing against Minnesota. Each one of them games, he did not play well. Last night, I said, okay, Carl Towns is going to be off the court. Maybe Zubac's going to be able to play more efficiently. He's getting pushed out the paint. He can't control the basket. He can't guard the pick and roll. Ant-Man's going right past him. He has no real presence on the court against Minnesota. No real presence.
So I watch a lot of games during the week, you guys, and a team having a big lead and guys playing well. I mean, that's par for the course nowadays. I mean, I see big leads in games all the time.
Game of runs.
And so, yeah, it's a game of runs, and we know the run is probably going to come. And so your best players need to be able to withstand that and understand that a run is going to come. And at halftime, when you reset, Thomas, right, because you have to reset halftime. Trust me, I know. I've been back to before. You're resetting, okay? And so it's up to the coaching staff and the players to regroup, analyze what happened, make any type of adjustments. But you can't give a team, Tyson, 20 extra shots in this league, bro. They're going to make 4 or 5 shots, bro. I mean, so the turnovers do matter because, listen, the worst shot, the worst possession is a possession where you don't even get a shot attempt up. And so, I mean, again, though, I mean, it's a game of runs. So, I mean, up 20 points, really not a big deal. I mean, we've seen that all year long. I mean, I gauge and judge teams when a team makes a run. How do you respond to it? You up 4 points at halftime. You come out and you go and let the T-Wolves go 29-15. That's a problem on your best player.
That's what I say, Miles. When we talk about stars in the league, to me that's clutch. Everybody talks about the fourth quarter and everything. Can you be a run stopper? Can you come in there and make clutch buckets when a team is going on a run and quiet runs and those type of things? Make a big defensive play. So that that's why stars are stars in the league, and that's why they get paid the most money. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying.
Right. That's right. So the sky is falling on every team because every team does it.
No, I'm not saying. We're talking about last night, bro.
We didn't say that, bro. We're talking about last night's game.
Okay. So
did I say the Clippers are going to lose?
So if y'all are talking about last night, then why would I say we're going to lock them up in the playoffs? Did you say where am I get that from? Because I know who Kawhi Leonard is.
Hold on.
Because I know who Kawhi Leonard is.
Tyson.
I just watched.
Bro. Tyson. Hold on, Thomas. The Clippers and Minnesota.
I was talking.
They got blown out.
I was talking.
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
You interrupted me to talk to Tyson.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna ask you this. Yes. Who is going to average more points? Karl-Anthony Towns or Paul George in the playoffs versus each other?
I'm gonna take Anthony Towns rebounds and points over Paul George. Next question.
He said points.
I'm gonna ask you again.
It's not.
I'm gonna ask you again.
I don't know. Listen. I don't know. It's a wash. They both choke. Next question. Go ahead. Go ahead. Next question. They both choke. Who's your next question? Keep going.
Who is your score? Yeah, you're scared to answer the question.
You going on with niggas doing in the past. You're not going
your mic is
what's
going
that? What's that? My head.
Yeah, your mic going in now.
We're fooling with some dummies who can't understand English.
Your mic going out.
Mike ain't going in now. Y'all heard what I said.
I'm taking cattle.
No, he's going out.
Hey, if my mic went in and out, then how do you say points and rebounds after the question? Try again. Who's going to average more points? Who's going to average more points?
What's your question, man? What's your question, bro?
Who is going to average more points, Paul George or Karl-Anthony Towns?
I'm going to take Anthony Towns.
Okay. Well, you're going to be wrong.
I'll take PG. I'll take PG.
Okay. Who's going to average more points, Ant-Man or Kawhi Leonard?
And that series, because of what's required, probably Kawhi.
Kawhi Leonard.
Kawhi.
Exactly.
Keep going.
Exactly. So our best two players are going to have
Hold on, Tyson. Tyson, what does that mean, Tyson?
Better though.
What does that mean,
Our best two
Tyson?
players are
Nothing at all.
going to score more than their best two players. That's what y'all.
So the game's played 2-on-2. So the game's played 2-on-2.
No, I don't know, bro.
Yeah,
He's talking about.
No. Y'all want to talk about the stars. No. Y'all want to talk about the stars when y'all want to talk about the stars. But when I put them head up, now you want to duck the question.
You just talking points.
What? You talking points? You're not talking rebounds, turnovers.
You ain't talking assists. You ain't talking turnovers. You ain't talking. All that stuff is important in the game, Thomas.
Decision
let's go to defense. Let's go to defense. Who's going to be a better defender, Karl-Anthony Towns or Paul George?
Paul George.
I don't know.
Exactly.
PG don't play defense. So yeah, I don't know. It's a wash again.
That's close. Yeah, that's close.
Yeah, it's a wash.
It's a wash in y'all.
Terrence Mann is not
that close. It's not that close, bro.
So why are you high? Who's going to play better defense? What do y'all say, Paul George? What do y'all say, Paul George? Stop ducking the question. Stop trying to change the subject. Everybody talk. You said Tyson said Paul George. You said Karl-Anthony Towns. I say Paul George.
Okay.
T Sweet, who you got? Paul George or Karl-Anthony Towns? Better defender in the series.
What's the question?
All right, next. BJ, who you got? I'm not dealing with fucking idiots who's gonna play
Paul
dog.
George.
BJ,
Paul George.
It should be Paul George, but Paul George haven't been playing any defense.
Okay, so it's a landslide. So it's a landslide. Paul George is going to outscore Karl-Anthony Towns.
Walker just went 9 for 10. He talking PG.
Karl-Anthony Towns trial.
Keep going, man. Keep going.
I don't know if he's going to outscore. I don't know if he's going to outscore.
It's a landslide that Paul George is going to outscore Karl-Anthony Towns. It's a landslide that Paul George is going to play more defense Karl-Anthony Towns.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
That's not a landslide, bro. Paul George might get more points.
Everybody just said Paul George is one person. That's a landslide.
Oh, you're saying as far as the voting.
So now, who's playing better defense, Kawhi or Ant-Man?
Well, Kawhi Leonard, we know that. Kawhi.
Okay. Ant-Man is a very good defender, bro. Ant-Man is a very good defender.
He's not Kawhi Leonard. He's not Kawhi Leonard.
No, I'm not saying he's better than Paul George. See, why did they get the fuck out of here, bro? I'm not saying that Paul George is better than Kawhi Leonard. Bro, I'm not saying he's better than Paul George.
So Paul George will outscore Karl-Anthony Towns.
I'm not saying he's better than Kawhi Leonard, bro. I'm saying all I said was Anthony is a very old boy is a very good defender.
Nobody asked you that. Nobody asked you that. Y'all cowards.
Nobody asked you a lot of stuff you say, bro. I can talk. I'm on the panel, bro.
I asked y'all a question. Y'all go ahead and ask questions now. Then I finished I made my point. Case closed. Y'all ask y'all now.
Well, Tyson, he made a point that 2 players are going to be the reason why the game's not played 2-on-2.
Yeah.
If PG was such an elite defender,
hold
on, bro. You just told me to make my point, man, and then you said you're done. And now you cut me off,
changing the subject. You're changing the subject. A while ago, y'all said stars. Now you want to talk about the whole team. Which one is? Which one is?
Let me finish, bro, please. If PG is all this and a bag of chips on defense, bro, Walker last night went 9 for 10. He couldn't check that. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Walker didn't do nothing but stand in the corner, Miles, to shoot open jump.
I don't care what he did, bro. Listen. Okay, so if that's what he did last night and he went 9 for 10 in the postseason, bro, what's the adjustment on him then?
He's a bench player, bro. Stop that.
He is not.
It doesn't matter. He's a bench player. It doesn't matter.
Matt made a good
Mike Conley going to shoot the ball like that. No, they're not.
What's going on right now, man?
And that's a good point. Like, Mass made the point. Like, I wanted to address that too. Like, and that's the scary part. Like, we got bench players coming out on us, man, on deep. So the PG was checking up. He checked Nas Reed. He checked Anthony Edwards. He has to. He checks multiple positions. So he's never going to just be on one guy unless, like what we saw against Minnesota, like he's shut down Karl, which really to me shows he's a better defender than Karl-Anthony Towns. I mean, it's not even really much of a question. But I mean, he's going to have to check multiple people. So it's not going to really be like, well, PG stays on one guy, and that's going to be pretty much the situation. So. But yeah, I don't know. That's the problem we have to deal with too, like letting role players just get off on us. I don't understand that one either.
That was gonna be my point, BJ. You make a valid point. Like right. Paul George is a good defender. Kawhi Leonard is a great defender. But at the same time, a defense is a sum of parts, right? When Thomas gets up here and says, "Oh, he's a better defender. He's a better defender," but we're putting these guys in pick and roll action. We running off screens. We doing all things to create advantages for our offense. So it's not just Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. When you got a Harden on the court, when you got a Zubac on the court, or even a Theis up for that matter. Then because we saw what happened to Theis against LeBron, you know what I'm saying? So what we're doing is taking advantage of matches. We're not going at necessarily Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. We're going at Harden. We're going at Theis. We're going at Zubac. We're doing so. It's the defense is the sum of your parts, bro. It's not just an individual. Oh, this guy's better than that guy, so we're gonna win. What are we doing?
And let me pick up that.
Okay. So now that I pinned him in the corner. And I proved it, and we got the better stars. Because all they want to talk about a while ago, BJ, was the stars, right? Now they want to go to everybody else. So in the playoff series, who has the better role players in the playoff series? So let's go one thing at a time. Y'all not going to keep flip-flopping. I buried you on the star power. So now let's get to the role players.
You didn't bury nobody on the star power, bro.
I did. Y'all buried just got picked our two
Hey
stars in a
Thomas,
landslide.
if
So
Anthony
let's
Edwards
go
is
to the
running
role
a high
players.
pick and roll, if Ant-Man is running a high pick and roll, Thomas, right, and Kawhi is on him, we are in a league in an era now where guys can seek out matchups. And so just because you have Kawhi and PG or Terrence Mann, who are good defensive players, right? Schemes are so good nowadays where I can get my best player offensively, second best player offensively, and get them on one of your third or fourth worst defensive players in a possession. And so Kawhi, being Kawhi Leonard, which we all agree, he's great on defense still, right? There's ways around that. That's all I'm saying.
That's all I'm saying, bro.
Then why did Ant do it before Kawhi went out?
The reason why Ant Edwards is
because he
is
can't.
not the reason why
And he
Ant
won't.
Edwards is a very good defender, and you know what I'm saying? It's because he has Rudy Gobert behind him, so that makes his defense +2. You know what I'm saying? Individually,
great point.
yes. Those guys are better defenders individually than him. But what helps is he can play up. He can let a defender go around him because he has Gobert right there to help rim protect. So that makes his defense that much better. So when you talk about individual defense, yes, one-on-one, that guy might be a better defender, but the sum of parts makes them a better defensive team. Bro,
Right. So now we're going back to Thomas's point. Ty Lue puts the defenders on the court and everything's okay. Thank you.
How do you think they guarded Ant-Man in the 4 games this season, Thomas? I'm asking for a reason. Just real quick, please.
Yeah. What's your question?
How do you think the Clippers have guarded Ant-Man this season in totality? What grade would you give them as a team, or Kawhi, or whoever?
Overall, I wouldn't say it's great. When we want to prove a point, I say it's great. But overall, it's not great.
No, because I'm asking Tyson because the Clippers got blown their asses out 3 out of 4 games. So obviously y'all ain't doing something right.
Right.
So
okay.
I mean,
Okay.
what are we talking about, Tyson?
A lot of teams get blown out.
That's why I said
Lakers and the
last
Miami
night.
Heat would get blown out all year last year. Where they end up at?
That's why I said last night we had the lead, and this is why I don't understand why I'm getting so much pushback that Zubac was the reason why we gave up that lead and most likely lost that momentum. We saw in the second game against the Clippers and the T-Wolves, the Clippers were leading that game up until that 4th quarter. But then we tried out the lineup of Westbrook, Powell, Harden, these 3 guard lineups, and you got guys like Westbrook who cannot stretch the floor and shoot, and we actually lose that lead. The third game, last game, we didn't have Zubac on the court at all, and we just played defense and had guys who can actually make Gobert and Karl-Anthony Towns work on the perimeter. We won the game, and we made stops. That was a low-scoring game. Last night, we up by 22 points, and when we bring Zubac into the game in the second quarter, and we had Tyson in the game, we were up with Kawhi out the game. So I don't understand why, that's so crazy to think that mostly it's on him. And I'm not putting making Zubac such a bad player. He just cannot play in that matchup. No matter who you have on the court, Gobert and Karl-Anthony Towns have their way with him for whatever reason.
I agree with you to a certain extent. My only pushback last night they was up 13 with Zubac in that first quarter. And Zubac was a plus 13 in that first quarter. So the lead was built with him on the court.
The lead was lost with him when he came on the court, and we were up.
No, I'm saying they was up when he was on the court too. So you can't, you know what I'm saying? You can't have it both ways.
But actually, you can because Kawhi was there. See, it's one thing if you have Kawhi on. If you have Kawhi on the court with Zubac, yeah, he can possibly be shielded. But when Kawhi, your best player, getting off. But when Kawhi, I'm trying to prove this point. What I'm trying to prove this point is. Go ahead.
1 second, BJ. Kawhi Leonard just got on the plane. He's traveling with the team on the road trip. But go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, stop listening to Mookie. He ain't no real Clipper insider. Y'all saying he's out for the season and shit. So don't listen to him.
That's crazy.
But Mookie's name is Dookie for a fucking reason because his inside is Dookie.
Mookie trying to get. He's had a thoracic back spasm, bro. He gonna be all right.
Yeah.
Thoracic back spasm healed itself in 7 days, 1 week.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine with the medical staff.
Like I think
he'll be fine. As much as y'all want him to be hurt in the playoff, so y'all can hate and throw narratives. Guess what? I done told y'all we ain't gonna be hurt every year. Y'all might as well sit back and relax because this shit is coming. Y'all gonna have to face the Rams in the playoff. Because here's the thing, y'all talking now.
Damn.
I will get the laugh. I told y'all. Finish, BJ.
Dog, I was saying though, this is what I'm gonna say to Tyson and everybody in the chat. Basically, The biggest problem I have with this team is our discipline as far as being together as a team and our IQ. That's the biggest issue
100%.
on our team, and I think that
I agree with that.
draws to what the coach, what he implements on a game plan sits. Like I said, he has a job to do to coach this team. You can have the players, but if you're not putting the right lineups out, the right rotations, you're not getting the best out of your guys, and you already have two guys in Kawhi and PG are not very vocal leaders. It's constantly more and more wear and tear on the parts of the team. So the scoring, yeah, I want to see PG score 30, 35 points. I want to see that too. I want to see that, but it's no way that man's going to be able to score that on a consistent basis. When you got Harden controlling who's taking the shots, he's giving everybody opportunities to try to score the basketball. It's no possible way that man's going to be able to score that many points in every single game he plays in, or average that. There's no way possible.
And he's still going to average more than Karl Anthony Towns in the head-up series. That's going to happen, and we can put money on that. Now we quiet. Okay.
Yeah, I gotta go, man. Salute. Thanks for your time, BJ. Hey, man. Yeah, Kawhi be back, man. Y'all be all right. I got faith. That y'all gonna make a deep playoff run, bro.
Depending on
the matchup. Huh?
When we play y'all again.
Oh, I don't know. I ain't looked at the schedule that far, man. Y'all, hey, I already said y'all a tough matchup for us, man. I already said that. Teams like the Wolves and the Clippers is a tough matchup for us. But I'm a Suns fan. You know, I'm a Suns fan. Y'all tough matchup for us, bro.
The Suns are going to give the Minnesota problems because they got the Suns got too much scoring in Minnesota. See, this is what y'all fail to realize. Y'all always want to stay on one side of the court. Minnesota is not going to score with Phoenix. Now, they're going to play better defense than Phoenix, but Phoenix has a whole lot of fucking scoring. Minnesota's going to have to keep up offensively. Now, Phoenix is going to have to keep up with Minnesota's defense as well. That's going to be a long series, though.
No, I just think the length on our scores is going to create issues. Like for a player like Devin Booker, when they can switch everything, you know what I'm saying, and provide length at every position except for Mike Conley.
Huh? I think Booker's getting locked up by Ant-Man. I think your best matchup is Kevin Durant on Buddy. On what's his name? Who's the guy? Daniels.
Yeah. See, McDaniels to me struggles. He struggles with strength, bro.
Is not like he does. But at the end of the day,
and Kevin Durant don't have strength. He can contest Kevin Durant's shots. I mean, I'm not saying them guys not going to get off. I'm saying it's going to be harder for us, and we're going to miss a lot of shots. And with the defense, we can hang our hat on the half court. If we can keep them in half court offense, then we can maybe pose some problems for them.
Do you think Devin Booker?
We can't turn the ball over, and we can't let him get on the rim.
But here's what y'all got advantage on, Tyson. See, a lot of y'all too happy off a couple fucking games. What we telling y'all is y'all keep talking about people's history, right? Motherfucking Karl Anthony Towns ain't proving a fucking thing in the playoffs. You got Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal who's going to outscore Karl Anthony Towns. Ant-Man's going to have to hang 45 balls to keep up. Y'all overrate Karl Anthony Towns like he's some fucking Kobe Bryant or something, which is ridiculous, especially when you saw Paul George lock that motherfucker up for a quarter and a half straight. He couldn't get his fucking shot off.
No, I'm not a Karl Anthony Towns fan at all. I think he's a playoff dropper. We've seen this too many times. I agree with that 100%.
If Kawhi's on Ant-Man, we win in that matchup. So if we win the big time matchup, we win the series. I believe y'all gonna give us some problems too.
Yeah, I think y'all
Ant-Man scored 40. I think Ant-Man can score 40.
I agree with you, Thomas, but I'm saying you just can't put Kawhi on Ant-Man. That's what I'm saying. They running multiple. Kawhi gonna be running around. You know, you just can't put Kawhi on Ant-Man. And you know what I'm saying? They're gonna be running off the picks. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying, bro. It's not that simple.
But that's true. But Ty Lue is going to be forced. And I keep telling y'all this. Y'all keep ignoring it. He's going to be forced to play the defenders come playoff time. Right now, he's getting away with his bullshit.
Terrence Mann's not doing nothing. Terrence Mann's not doing nothing with Anthony.
Terrence Mann, Coffee, Paul George,
They're not
Kawhi.
doing nothing. Them other guys not doing nothing with Anthony Edwards like
they
that.
are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Anthony Edwards is too strong for that boy. You said that when you came on, bro. He's too strong for Terrence Mann.
No. What I said was when he's hot, yes. But it's not always going to be hot, because at the end of the day, Kawhi is going to walk in that locker room and he's going to put his foot down. And when he does, Ant-Man's season is over. And you can book that bro. Shit. You can record this conversation.
We gotta wait and see. I ain't going. I mean, even if they meet in the playoffs,
it's going to happen. It's going to happen to Luka. It's going to happen to Kevin Durant. It's going to happen to Ant-Man. When Kawhi gets tired of your shit, he's tired of your shit, and y'all know that.
All right. We gonna see, man. Salute to y'all, man. Thanks for having me.
Salute.
All right, Tyson. Come back, man. Come back.
Hey, Thomas. Don't call me no fucking idiot again, bro. I know ball, bro.
Don't be fucking Eagles fan. That's what he did.
Later, bro. Later,
motherfucker. I respect you, Tyson. No, you got a lot of passion, bro. I like it.
Salute. Yep. Same way, bro.
All right, bro.
Nah, but Ant-Man also know that too, because he said it in the post game. When the game was done, he was like, "I noticed." You know what I'm saying? Kawhi wasn't there. Kawhi, the best defender, and once Kawhi wasn't there, he basically like took advantage of Kawhi not being there, which is smart. But the thing is the Clippers.
This Q Rich?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to make sure I had it right.
Yeah, the Clippers have to cause like what Tyson was saying, where I do agree with is Kawhi is just one defender, which is good because Kawhi can guard him, yes. But when Kawhi is off of him, where's the second answer gonna come from? You know what I'm saying?
Man,
we understand Kawhi can guard.
PG guards and
we just watched.
PG guards and man just as
go ahead,
good.
BJ.
And
we just watched.
BJ,
we did not score one basket on PG last night outside of a transition.
He wasn't scoring. Here's the thing: Ant-Man likes to use his strength.
I can't guarantee that in a 7-game series, though, BJ.
You ain't got to in a 7-game series.
Maybe
you don't have to guard him. That's why you said who's the second. If you got two good guys, that's all you need. They switch off. He don't have to guard Ant-Man the host. What Ant-Man's gonna do?
You don't think the guys that's guarding?
What Ant-Man's going to do, Ant-Man's going to get tired of dealing with both of these two. You only need two defenders to guard one outstanding scorer. You don't need 3, 4. You only need two guys, and the rest of the 5 guys just have to make it tough on them.
What a lot of teams do, though, they like to pick on that mismatch with the Norman Powers, the James Hardens. A lot of the times, the guy that's guarding PG,
that is the issue.
Screen setter. He's not the guy that's guarding PG.
That is the issue, Q-Rich.
That is the whole problem.
It be the guy that's guarding James Harden.
That's why I say
the guy that's guarding Zubac. Those are the problems.
Q-Rich, you're right. But in the playoffs, Ty Lue's ass is on the hot seat. He's going to have no choice but to play the defenders over the offensive players in certain times, right? But because I agree with you, Q-Rich, he's going to target those people, which is all I've ever said in the first place. Ant-Man is going to hunt Bones if he plays. He's going to hunt Boston if he plays. He's going to hunt Harden. Right, but there ain't mismatches if Ty Lue does his fucking job. That's the whole point.
It's the same thing.
He cannot pick on Coffee and T-Man and Paul George unless he is hot. If he is hot, he can pick on people.
He can pick on them on the defensive
on these people
end.
When he's not hot.
He can pick on them on the offensive end.
He's not. Who? He's not picking on these people unless he's hot. No, he's not.
Man. He gets left open. Like you say, bring the defense out. They just make it easier for Minnesota to guard y'all.
No. I mean, it is, but we're going to clamp up better than they are.
We got two.
We got the better defenders. They just got good regular season defenders. We got the best defenders in the series.
When you bring in defense, when you bring it in defense, you bring in offense. Kawhi and PG, two-way players. Amir Coffey, two-way player. Terrence Mann can score the basketball in transition. You're not just this ain't the Lakers where you got just nothing but defenders on the court. You got offense, playing your offense on the court.
So y'all gonna run a 5. So that's the lineup, them 5 right there.
The lineup is, for me, is Harden, Kawhi, PG, T-Man, Tice. That's the lineup.
I agree. I like that lineup too.
We are taking Goldberg's bitch ass out the paint.
We gonna live as much as y'all say that we are gonna live with Tice shooting threes. We're not gonna guard Tice. Like he can
I ain't
space
even
the
worried
floor.
about that end.
He can
All
space
we
the
got to
floor
do
all
is
he wants.
lock up and we win the series.
Tice still hustle more than Zubac. Also, he does. He's the guy that still
Yeah,
gets them
he dives
tip
after
back.
loose
He gets
balls.
them
Yeah, that's
tip
true.
the ball back. He like Tice is
Zubac
still
just sound like he
undersized, but
slow,
Tice still
bro.
gets rebounds. Tice still get
Zubac,
rebounds and he does stuff like that too.
yeah, he
Listen, we
just.
are
I
going
mean,
to
he
get
just.
out rebounded. We get out rebounded when we play motherfucking Morris and them boys against Gobert. He's always going to out rebound us. That's not the issue. We're going to win the series while getting out rebounded, and y'all gonna be like, well, damn, it don't mean as much. It's the same way in the first quarter. They was killing our ass, rebound the ball. We still was up 22, so you can't say the shit matters when we still up 22. They are going to out rebound us. Win or lose the series, we getting out rebound. It's up to y'all whether y'all think we're gonna win the series or not. That's
That's why I
y'all's opinion.
asked.
Yeah,
That's why I asked
everybody, we're going to
Tyson.
get out rebounded. We still going to win the series.
That's why I asked Tyson why was he up 22 points, and I wanted to tell him. I wanted him to say it's because we weren't getting exploited on the mismatches, like Ant-Man said. Zubac is a really Ant-Man was calling for screens on Terrence Mann. Yeah, he hit some tough shots. You huh?
Also, too though, BJ, a lot of Nikhil points came from that second quarter. Also, he was getting a lot of open
Yeah,
threes. Mike, they was actually scoring. It wasn't even just Ant-Man. The whole team had momentum coming into the halftime break. The whole team, and then by the time halftime, we was only up by 8. They cut it from 22 to 8 by halftime. So by the time we came into the third, those little errors that we did have, they just capitalized on them. Honestly, as a team,
yeah.
as a unit, as a team.
They,
Because
they,
it was a
they,
yo,
they,
bro,
they
BJ, there
made
was a
they
point
made
of
the
time.
run in the second quarter. That's the problem.
Hey, BJ Thomas, look, as it was at a point of time, like Ant-Man took over, I could say around like the third. He did take over in the third quarter and the fourth quarter, but it was really a lot of Mike Conley, bro. He had a lot of open looks. Them 3-pointers he at least had like three-pointers to the point where it stretched the game out for us to the point where it was like we was down, we was losing by 5-6. We was losing by 5-6, and Mike Conley would hit a 3. You know what I'm saying? And they'll be up 9 points. Nikhil Alexander hit a 3. They up 12 points. You know what I'm saying? It was shit like that.
Yeah,
And then, and
they couldn't
you know,
miss.
and they really couldn't just miss. I was really just watching that shit. And Mike Conley, he was getting a lot of open looks from 3, bro. Like we wasn't really contesting them type of shots. Him or
See them type.
Alexander Walker.
Sometimes in them type of games, I'm gonna say sometimes a team just hot. They just hit shots as their night. I'm gonna say that about that. But those open shots come from us having to double team. You double team if you can't
All right.
guard one-on-one head up. So why is there so many double teams on the court? Why are we having to double in certain possessions over and over? It's because somebody on the court can't guard their man.
It was a lot of it
Yeah,
was a lot it was a
he was
lot of attention on Ant-Man. It was a lot of
he
attention on Ant-Man.
started targeting Bones, Boston, Powell, Harden, and then also Zubac. Ant-Man wasn't hot until Ty Lue started putting those dudes in the game. Kawhi left the court, and Ant-Man said, "Now I got freedom to do what I need to do." And he started talking like BJ told you, he was not scoring on Paul George. Y'all not watching the fucking game. If you see one shot and say he cooked somebody, that's not cooking no fucking body. Just because you hit one shot, hell, if that's the fucking case, then Terrence Mann has cooked every fucking rim protector in the whole NBA because he has one dunk on these people. That one dunk makes him a fucking all-world dunker now? Fuck no. Just because Ant-Man has one fucking shot on Terrence Mann, here and there, he has one shot on Paul George here and there, that's not cooking. Ant-Man started cooking because he started picking on people he knew he could fucking pick on, which is the same thing I told y'all when Eric Gordon, Westbrook, Marcus Morris, Reggie Jackson, them motherfuckers on the court, they was getting picked on. Tyler was allowing that shit.
So y'all gonna change that scheme in the playoffs, or y'all just still gonna switch it? Y'all still gonna switch everything?
We better change in the playoffs, but see, if we don't put them on the court, we ain't got to change nothing. If you put Paul George on Karl Towns, Kawhi on Ant-Man, here's another thing that also helps these guys out. In the postseason, it's another adjustment he's going to be forced to make. He has no choice. See, we switch a lot of shit now. In the postseason, I tell y'all, when Kawhi gets pissed off, he's not switching shit no more, and that's when the series changes.
Right. See, that's the big thing. We don't really have to change. Like I said, I was watching this shit. I'm like, I see what the problem is. If we have the lineups up, we were up big against the Timberwolves 2 out of 4 games, both home games. How did we lose the lead that quickly, just like that? I understand runs happen, but it was just like, damn, you're not calling a timeout. We're not regrouping, and you got the wrong rotations out on the court. That's a lot to come
they
back
scored
from.
like 18 fucking points before he even called timeout, didn't
They went on a 20-0 run before he called a timeout.
That's fucking terrible. But that's no elementary. I got elementary coaches I played for in my life is better than that. 20-0 before he called timeout, man. That is insane. You're supposed to call timeout when a team goes on a 6-0 run, a 7-0 run.
Right.
20-0, bro. That 20-0 run, that should be 4 timeouts. We're talking about what?
I mean, you're supposed to have Vincent on the court to get you through that.
And Q, I'm gonna say this, Q, like, because he made a good point about Terrence, man. Even though Ant-Man was scoring, I would still live with that. Because see, with a guy like Ant-Man, the worst thing you can do is make it easy for him. You want him to take tough shots. Some of the shots he hit were tough, fall away, mid-range shots, right? He was hitting some tough shots. So I will live with that.
And he only hit that shit once he got hot, BJ. He wasn't doing that fucking shit 2 games ago when Terrence Mann was on his ass. He was calling for screens, ducking Terrence Mann the whole game. I'm not discrediting Minnesota because Minnesota's going to be a problem for teams in the playoffs. I get that. But what we're concerned about, what everybody comes on this panel and always says, Thomas, we ain't worried about everybody else, we're worried about ourselves. Okay, well, when I give you answers to what we need to do, now you want to worry about everybody else. But I thought y'all wanted me to worry about, see, they be playing this fucking card seesaw game. Let's go over here. All right, I give you the answer. Let's go over here. The problem is Ant-Man was not hitting these tough shots. You're right, BJ. He hit 3 shots on Terrence Mann that was ridiculous shots. Terrence Mann down there blocked the fucking shot. He still hit the shit. He only did that because he was hot. It's the same shit with Booker. Booker's not hitting that shit when Terrence Mann was on his ass earlier this year. He wasn't scoring 20 points in 1 quarter. Why? Because he wasn't hot. There's two different levels.
There was a game, the second game, I think Ant-Man went like 1 for 10 from 3. As good as Ant-Man is, his shot selection is not the best. Yeah, I'll live with that.
The biggest difference is, like I already told y'all, is Mike Conley didn't show up in the previous games. Also, he didn't really have great games. Like that last game,
I don't think he played him like one of.
He really didn't do great in a lot of the other games. The difference
he's
is
another one.
He really just showed up yesterday.
That man ain't even made a shot all year long, bro. He shoot like the low 30s.
Who, Mike Conley?
Last night. Yeah, he been struggling all year long.
Mike Conley's still like 42% from 3 this year.
He really hasn't, and I ain't gonna lie.
What's he averaging? What is he averaging, man? See, y'all want to pick on Terrence Mann and Coffee, say they'll never shoot the ball, but then we talk about somebody else. Oh, he's shooting this.
That has been a ghost. That's why when y'all talk
that
about
dude ain't showed up all year long.
Mike Conley don't.
Yes, he has.
No, he hasn't. They were just talking about it in the middle of the game last night. They was calling this shit out, and shit was terrible.
Mike Conley.
That might have been a stretch of a few games, but for the most part of the year, he was shooting like 42% from 3, and he's shooting like 56% from corner 3.
Okay, well that's cool. If you want me to give you that, then BJ, you got a screenshot that I sent you the other day.
But the thing is,
Terrence Mann's been shooting 47% for like 2 months now from 3.
I wouldn't be surprised if Mike Conley is shooting that because he's not getting that much attempts. He's not really even shooting the ball like that. He's really
that's not his role. That's not his role.
He's facilitating.
And I'm not worried about him. I'm not worried about him and Walker shooting like that because if the defenders are put on the court, they're not going to be open in the first fucking place. When you're playing Boston, Bones, Power, and Harden, they're going to be open. Yeah, because those guys ain't rotating. That's what I'm telling y'all. Come playoff time, Ty Lue is back. He's going to be against the wall, and he's going to be forced to play the right people if he wants to keep his job. Or else we're going to be sitting up here wondering what happened. And I'm going to tell y'all, I'm going to be right here for it. I'm going to tell y'all exactly what happened, and I'm going to tell you exactly why he got fired. Like I've been predicting that he was going to get fired. Because he's going to have to play these defenders. He's not going to have a choice, or you're going to see what you saw last night. But I'm assuming he ain't going to have a choice.
I dropped my phone when I saw that Ty didn't call a timeout in a 20-0 run. I could not believe that shit.
But that is the worst. That's the worst shit I ever seen in my life.
That's horrible.
Hey, T. Sweezy be talking about Boston coach. I bet you they don't give up 20-0 runs before they call timeout. If they do, please put it on the screen and show me, or send it to BJ or send it somewhere. There's no way in the hell there's a coach in the NBA that lets somebody go on a 20-0 run, and then y'all want to come here and say why we blame the coach. I mean, this shit it don't make no sense.
Yeah, man. 20-0. That's just man. That's crazy, man. 20-0.
You know where he gets that from, right?
Doc
Rivers, yeah.
Doc, his daddy Doc. He does the same shit. Oh, by the way, BJ, wasn't everybody talking about here come the Bucks, here comes Dame Dollar, here comes Giannis. This is what we expected. When these two get together, they're gonna be national contenders, right? That bitches got blew the fuck out last night. They got embarrassed. Again, they've been blowed out how many times this year? And it's okay for them to get blowed out.
This is what I go to. The better player always ain't the better fit. Drew Holiday fit way better with that team than Dame do.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I agree with that 100%. I don't even have the Bucks. I don't have nobody as of right now. If Mitchell Robinson comes back beating the Knicks, and I'm going to come out here and stand on the tree branch in the playoffs, and I'm going to win me some money. Because the Knicks are going to upset people, y'all, and people going to be mad. There's a lot of money coming in the playoffs, BJ. Well, you might want to get a fucking wheelbarrow. Because I'm finna start collecting. Playoffs is fucking different. But you was right about Ant-Man. Now that the Minnesota fans in here, I'm going to get the fucking dude Ant-Man. Yeah, he's going to be the best player in about 4 or 5 years. Maybe he's going to be a top 3 player within 2 years. He's a bad man. He still got to work on his shot selection.
I love that dude, man.
But I don't know. I mean, him and SGA both are gonna be tearing up the fucking league for a while.
He better than
that's the next.
I don't care what number
SGA
average and what all his fans want to say. Ant-Man is better than SGA.
Yeah, I'm an Ant-Man fan.
I don't care.
He may be. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just giving y'all 2 names of the future. You know, them 2 dudes are bad.
Let me ask y'all a question though. Let me ask y'all a question though about that, about Ant-Man and SGA. If you put Ant-Man in SGA position, would the Thunder still be where they're at today?
That's a good
question. Say that again. I'm in the.
I don't like doing that because the team is built.
Right back on the SGA and the Ant-Man's topic.
I don't like doing that.
I'm an Ant-Man guy too, but
both of their teams built for them. Both of their teams built for them.
I don't think Ant-Man's mentally mature enough to do that yet.
I don't think SGA can do what he doing on Minnesota right now.
He averaging 30. He averaging like 31.
No, I think he would.
No, because
SGA would. Yeah, SGA.
He's averaging 32.
I think he'll be.
I think Minnesota will still be fine because SGA is going to get to the rim and Gobert's going to clean that shit up. I think
SGA operate in the mid range a lot. So, and that ain't what Ant really operate at. Like the teams are built for them. Like SGA, that's hard to put Ant on that team and see that Ant could do that, and they stay with it because Ant's not a point guard.
I don't think Ant-Man could replace Shea in that position right now. I don't think he could.
Yeah, not right now. He's 3 years older than him. Say, yeah, like people forget that too when we do this comparison. People act like they like in the same class or something. SGA got some years on him. He's a little bit more advanced right now than him, but we can see who's gonna be the better player.
I do. I'm not gonna lie to you too. I do think SGA IQ is much higher than his also though. His IQ is definitely much better than Ant's. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. He's way more poised in situations. He's way more. He's
if you want to say that,
than him. Yeah. He's very more disciplined than Ant-Man.
If you want to say that, yeah, but I think Ant got a good IQ too. I think
that goes with the age too. Like, yeah, Ant-Man's 22 and SGA 25. So yeah, I would give that over SGA. But as far as the potential and his ceiling, I'm giving that to Ant-Man.
For sure. I agree with that. Ant-Man definitely have a lot of potential as a rising superstar in this league for sure. That may be the face one day. I don't know, but He definitely got a lot of potential. But so does SGA and like, you know what I'm saying, and the Lucas and them type of guys also though.
Them boys about tapped out.
Who you think? Who
Like, how
tapped
much
out?
better is SGA really gonna get over the point of his career from now?
SGA's his time for him to get to the playoffs and make a run. That's what I'm
Yeah.
looking at with him.
Yeah,
If
and
he
then
don't, and man, he's ahead of schedule. SGA's behind schedule. He has ground to make up.
because Ant I had great numbers in the playoffs. He not had bad moments in the playoffs going for the steal and we're like we ain't had that. SGA ain't had to go through that yet. Like people expect the Ant to win at 22. Like it's just different levels to me. Like just by the comparison that people have on Ant and SGA, y'all are admitting that it's different like levels for real. Y'all look at them as different levels. Just
Yeah, me personally, I was just speaking over the next 5-10 years. The NBA can't guard
nah. Nobody can guard
him.
Shea though. Fair.
Is Shea putting on weight? Like, is he in the gym? That man looks like a grown ass man out there. That man he be in the weight room. He might be hanging out with LeBron, man.
Hey, watch out.
I just fucking with you on that one. I was just fucking with you on, but nah, that man's a grown man.
He ain't, he was
That boy
Clutch Sports.
Ant-Man's country
He ain't Clutch
strong.
Sports no more.
He's a very athletic and
He's a
physical
country
guy.
boy I'm down here with him. I'm right next to him. He from Alabama. He from Georgia. I'm from Alabama. He a country boy from Georgia. That's all he is.
He
Yeah,
country
I'm from Georgia, but Georgia basketball be so damn bad. When we get some good talent over there, nobody still watch the fucking team play. Even when we hear about somebody coming up, like we still ain't gonna watch it because they just that damn sorry.
The Georgia scene right now, it's hitting right now. That's what.
Yeah. It's
That's
getting
where
better.
you go to make if you from the South, that's where you go to make your name at right now. You transfer to one of them prep schools in Georgia or Florida.
They doing better.
Yeah.
But I'm saying back when that man was coming, like #1 overall player, wasn't nobody paying this shit no attention because it's
Nah.
Georgia.
I don't
Because you're like, we ain't got no coach, we ain't gonna develop the dude. Like, we ain't nothing to get excited about. Because I mean, we ain't developed nobody forever.
Yo, is everybody still there?
Yeah, I'm in Pennsylvania in the mountains.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be in and out.
That shit just went ghost.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I said,
Who played
man.
tonight? Any good games tonight?
I think the Lakers and Kings play. They play tonight.
Where the Kings at now? They've been winning a couple games. They coming up.
To the Kings? I think they're the
Yeah,
seventh
the Kings been winning some games. They're
the seventh seed.
They're 7th seed.
I think they was better last year though. They just have more. They were just a little more turnt last year. They wanted it a little
Teams
more.
weren't healthy last year. That's all that happened.
So they wasn't healthy?
Yeah, other teams wasn't healthy last year.
I mean, I think they played better overall though. They wanted it more overall last
year. A product of that would be other teams wasn't healthy.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Kings don't really got no.
I just think they played harder. I just think they was just a way better team.
Oh, they definitely played harder. But
They
you
played
got to
hard.
remember,
To me, they
Malik
played
Monk,
harder
Malik
last
Monk
year.
was fucking playing like Kobe Bryant too.
They
Like
really just played harder.
R.I.P. to Mama, but some of these cats was playing over their head.
They was really balling
Like
last year.
Malik Monk had like 25 last night.
That
Motherfucker don't do that
offense,
every night.
I mean, nobody had film on that new Mike Brown offense, the new offense he was running. Everybody got film on it now. So
I like the Kings though. The Kings is tough. They're a tough team.
I never believed in them.
But I don't think they have enough to win. But I think they're still a solid team. So BJ, the playoffs start. You said we got 18 more games left, right? And okay,
Yeah.
if the playoffs was to start today, we would be playing the Pelicans the first round, and I think we will be playing. I think OKC still got the top seed,
Yeah. Yeah.
and we'll be potentially playing that first seed and the eighth seed in the second round. So, how do you think that'll play out? First, second, third, and fourth, moving forward, if it was to start.
Wait. Say again, Q. How we play? What?
So, like, you will potentially be going against the Pelicans if shit started today, first round, right? Where do you see that
Yeah.
series? Right? Where do you see the next series if you used to play either the Thunder or the eighth seed and moving forward? How do you see shit playing out?
Well, it's going. Well, playoffs is all about matchups, so you got to exploit every matchup that you have. So obviously, Minnesota, like the Pelicans, they have the length to throw at Kawhi PG, but that's gonna come down to Kawhi PG just being who they are and just basically showing like there's levels to this. But Minnesota with the Pelicans, I think we'll win that because it's about the stars really in the postseason, and their biggest thing we can exploit. I think we can exploit that we have a point guard and James Harden is going to be able to expose whoever their point guard is, CJ McCollum off that pick and roll, and we have Terrence Mann who can throw at CJ McCollum too. I think Herb Jones is going to play PG as good as you can play him, but they don't have an answer for Kawhi. I don't care who it is. I would personally put Kawhi on B.I., Brandon Ingram, and I'll put PG on Zion. Why is that? Because you can only beat a team so. Yeah, because I think I told somebody this. I said Zion only can score twos. Like if you watch LeBron a lot of times, he don't be trying to muscle Zion. You don't beat Zion. You don't guard Zion by trying to muscle him. You beat Zion by beating him to a spot and taking a charge or meet him up top with your length and athleticism. That's how you disrupt his flow. So I'll put PG on him because he can beat Zion to his spots and he can meet him up top. That's gonna frustrate him because he's not gonna beat you from the three. He's not gonna go past PG. The only way he's gonna beat him is by trying to go over the top of him or try to beat him at the rim. So that's gonna come down to coaching, man. I think every series is gonna come down to coaching. Who's going to exploit who the most?
I think the Pelicans, the thing that separates the Pelicans from a team like the T-Wolves is they have a guy like Rudy. I don't think we fear or Valanciunas is an intimidator like how Rudy may be. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Zion is either. I think that we don't have those kind of problems as far as the Pelicans. The only thing I could say about the Pelicans when we do play them is we have to bring that energy. You know what I'm saying? Because when we don't, I notice that's the type of team that'll capitalize off your slack. You know what I'm saying? They do. So you have to come and just be ready to play against a team like the Pelicans. You know what I'm saying? But if you fighting and y'all battling, I think we'll definitely pull it out, the victory for sure.
Yeah, Pelicans are a
that's the whole
team that.
Thing, man.
Go ahead.
We get beat because we don't play with ears. That's that regular season shit, man. It's like I tell these people all the time, man. There's a young team every fucking year that does it. Man, 2 years ago, everybody was swearing up and down Memphis about to run the fucking league. That youth looks good in the regular season. There ain't nobody really taking them serious. They running over motherfuckers. They running through people. They out hustling people. They bullying people. That's that youth shit. In the playoffs, man, the veterans are coming to play ball. And the question is, y'all answer the bell in the regular season. Can you answer that fucking bell when you get hit in the mouth instead of y'all hitting us in the mouth? Can you answer the bell? That's the question.
Yeah, that kind of what it is too. Like that's why I look at teams like OKC and I can see them going out the first round because if they face us, the Lakers, the Suns, or one of them teams that's very very you know what I'm saying knowledgeable in the playoffs and they got guys in the half court because it becomes a half court game that can really score and get their own shot and, you know, exploit their matchups, then OKC's going to be in trouble because really the only person who's really a threat in the half court like that is SGA. Yeah, Chet can, you know,
I
go
did
ahead.
see a glimpse. I did see a glimpse though of one of those games with OKC and the Suns. I don't know if Devin Booker played, but it was like a game was like at least 2 weeks ago. And I don't know. I think the Thunder they have the youth and that like they got that it factor with them. I think they could. I don't know. I think they could beat the Suns, bro. I just something about the Suns. They just like rely too much on isolation basketball. They rely too much on isolation basketball, and I think yes, the Suns is really good as far as having the scoring and but I don't know. I just think I think they'll get out hustled by by the Thunder. The Thunder is another team. They thrive a lot off of energy. They thrive a lot off of their crowd. They're gonna have home court advantage. They thrive off their crowd a lot, a lot.
I think the Thunder's biggest advantage is their coaching. I think they're extremely well coached. I think that's going to pay dividends. See, that kind of counteracts that they're a young team. Because now you got a team with a coach like that, it matures them naturally. But you said the isolation. Well, the playoffs is more so, I look at it more so like exploiting the matchup. It's going to come down to isolation. You're going to have to get the ball in spots where they're going to keep killing you like Kyrie Irving and Luka. That's what Luka was doing to us. He was killing us in the isolation. Like, if you got an isolation, you got isolation players, that goes well for your team more so than, you know, negative. Now in the season, where it's more up pace, it's tempo, and you don't slow the game down. Yeah, like that's where it kind of goes against you. But when it comes to them playoffs, it's gonna come down to slowing the game down and ISOing, you know, this bad defender, that bad defender. That's going to demoralize the other teams. Like, fuck, we can't stop Katie, we can't stop Book, we can't stop even Bradley Beal if he gets hot. Like, we can't stop these guys in the isolation. So what do we do?
So you don't think Chet and J-Dub will have the same impact like how they're having now?
Okay, so
fuck no.
You
you gotta realize, man, these guys are young, man. Like,
so who's gonna outside of SGA, who's gonna put a majority of the scoring? They're gonna have to score.
SGA and Chet.
They're gonna have to score.
Yeah, SGA and Chet. That's gonna be their main scorers.
So you really don't think J-Dub is gonna like do nothing?
He might do something, bro. But people fold in the playoffs.
I like J-Dub. I think he's a very solid piece, but he ain't no damn Devin Booker. We've seen Booker hang 30, and we know what who KD is. Like, he's not there. So when we put that head to head, like, the only way OKC, in my opinion, wins that series is if they outcoach and make a good coach defensive scheme to you try to eliminate one of those two. And I just don't see it. I don't see anybody who's really gonna lock down Booker on that. Maybe SJ may give him fits, but SGA is not really a on-ball defender. He's more of like a help side.
More time it'll be J-Dub or Lou Dort, but Lou Dort more than likely gonna be guarding Kevin Durant. J-Dub is gonna either be guarding Bradley Beal or Devin Booker, and Shea will guard whoever. I think the Suns don't really have great defense either. They're not really a great defensive team either. So I mean, I don't know. I think that'll be a good series, but I could see that going either way too. Because the Thunder, I think their game could transfer over. So
Who's Royce O'Neal guard?
could transfer over to the postseason. The only thing is you got to see outside of SGA who gonna be putting up those points because the team got to score. The team got to score.
Do you think they better than Dallas? You think they'll beat Dallas? How you feel like that series will go?
Dallas is another isolation type of team. You know what I'm saying? I think Luka has proven many of times that you know what I'm saying, he's that guy. He could put up them 40 balls. Like Luka's one of them type of guys. I think he probably will give OKC problems though, because they don't really like Lou Dort. He could guard him, but I don't think he can stop a Luka Doncic. You know what I'm saying? I think Kyrie Irving is going to be another problem for them, but I think that series could go either way also. I think that series could go either way because they don't have no answer for Shea at all. I don't think they got an answer for Shea. Shea is one type of guy too. When he's going, his team is going. Once he's playing good basketball, bro. His guys he got the type of team that thrive off of him too. You know what I'm saying? Like they bring that energy. That's one thing I can say about the Thunder. They bring that energy, and if you come and you ain't coming to bowl, they gonna sweep you out that gym. I ain't gonna lie, they gonna get you out their gym. And that's proven in the regular season. You know what I'm saying? I haven't seen them in the playoffs, so I mean I don't know yet. You know what I'm saying?
That's the whole trick.
I don't know.
That's the whole trick.
For what I seen right now, they really good. I ain't gonna lie, as far as like them keeping up their energy, their momentum, and they playing down to their home crowd and playing together as a unit. They do that very well. So I just gotta see it. You know, I gotta see it. But I think that them against Dallas is that's a toss up, you know, for now.
You got that. That's what I'm saying. You got to see the shit in the playoffs. Like these guys shoot good in the regular season. There ain't no pressure. You know what I'm saying? Can you stand out there and hit 5 threes under pressure? That's the question. And you can't tell me you believe somebody gonna do that because you see the shit in the regular season. That shit don't translate.
So so Thomas though, think about it. If you saying I agree with what you're saying with that mindset, and a lot of that happens to a lot of players. I get that for sure because a lot of players do be regular season players, but sounds like you think Thunder might get swept or a gentleman sweep. That's what it sounds like because you saying like basically they don't have no.
I don't think they'll get swept. I don't think they get swept. I'm actually bigger on OKC than BJ is. He's bigger on Minnesota than I was when it's coming into the season.
No, but your question, but you know, why I say that is because you question like
because I haven't seen
abilities. You know what I'm saying? So it's I mean,
because I haven't seen these guys do this. And I saw OKC last year under pressure fold up. Right. That's what I saw.
Right. I mean, but it was that was a one and done kind of game. You know, like. Yeah, I don't think Jay.
But if Kawhi and Paul George to do that, Rich, everybody be over here acting like that their whole career by the end.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
You know the standards is always different for the Clippers. Yeah, that's just basketball. We always got the you know, it's always harder for the Clippers to do something or escape something because we got a lot of
see, they be trolling the Clippers. Standards. I ain't trolling. I'm being 100%. I like you want to hold these players accountable during the playoffs, then you got to do the same shit. Minnesota folded up like I granted they missed their players. Okay, hold the same energy when the Clippers miss their players.
No,
I don't mind people down people, but hold the same standard across the board. Because that's what I do.
That's true, and I agree with you. I think a lot of the times the Clippers always are the main focus of every NBA season. The way we are focused on is because we have shown numerous times, you know, our experiences, you know what I'm saying, from the playoffs, losing.
We got one experience. That's game 7 above them.
We still
everything else quiet ain't been there.
I think it go further back from that time. I think the Clippers We go back to Lob City days. That's where all the hate still come from too.
Oh
Lob City
well,
days.
yeah. See,
No, Thomas.
that's irrelevant to me.
Thomas, to you, Thomas, but I ain't gonna lie. I've been a fan since Lob City days. I've been liking the Clippers since Chris Paul and Blake Griffin and Jamal Crawford because I'm a Jamal Crawford fan. From Gate, I'm a Jamal Crawford fan. We still having backlash and we still get treated the same way with the it's the Clippers, they're not gonna do nothing, the curses and they're choking because that still goes back to Lob City days. That's not just the Kawhi and Paul George era. Let's be real. That shit goes
Yeah,
back
yeah.
further than that.
Those guys.
That goes back further than that. I'm talking about when they was playing and we lost that. We blew a 3-1 lead to the Rockets. We wasn't like shit like that. We still get held accountable for to this day. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like subconsciously. It's not
you
just
got to
even
learn
a
to call the
bubble
people
team.
idiots because
Like,
because you're talking about. Yeah, but that has nothing to fucking do with Kawhi. You know what I'm saying? You got to hold the people accountable for what they speaking on, which is right now. You can't let them finagle you into speaking because that's what they want to do, Q. If they can get you to listen to a bunch of nonsense that ain't got nothing to do with fuck Kawhi, then they feel like they can sleep at night.
yeah, I think what I think.
You know what I'm saying?
Now I agree with you saying the world is more not even focused on the Kawhi. I think they are focused on the Kawhi and PG thing. Yes, for sure. But I think it's just the brand of the Clippers. That's why we get bashed the way we do. It's the brand as a whole, the Clippers organization as a whole. That name right there. And what we have been through as an organization in the past decade, bro, is why we still get bashed to this day. I think it's bigger than Kawhi and a Paul George. And they may have something to do with it from time to time because, like I said, the bubble and their injuries, for sure. You know what I'm saying? But that Clippers, the name as a whole, we get bashed for to this day because of our past experiences, bro, through year after year after year. Real shit. Real shit.
Oh, I mean, that's. I mean, hell, you want. But see, that's I don't entertain that shit. You got to keep them. You got to keep them on topic because they're just gonna run. Man, if that's the case, then we need to go back on a lot of fucking teams. You know what I'm saying? Like
Steph Curry blew a 3-1 lead in the finals. You don't even hear about that because he got 4 championships. Nigga really blew a 3-1 lead in the finals.
That motherfucker lost to fucking Ja Morant. Fucking Ja Morant was a nobody, and he sent Steph Curry home.
I think a lot of times,
you know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of bias that goes around in the NBA because of who specifically we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times we don't have no show behind it, no rings behind it, no attributes and certain things behind shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't. That's why I get out.
That's why I get out of character sometimes. So they talk about idiotic shit.
They try to spin the narrative.
Yeah, they do that. They do that shit a lot.
They try to do that. I think I'll be honest. People don't really like Kawhi because he's an introvert. I think that's the real reason people try, and he challenges LeBron. Those are the 2 reasons why they try to speak bad about Kawhi because he challenges LeBron, and he's an introvert.
There's many of teams that haven't won a ring, that hasn't got nowhere, that hasn't done much. And all you hear is the Clippers, bro. Like, I don't even remember the last time a guy like I like KD, but KD hasn't even really done nothing as far as like that. Him going to the second round with Brooklyn and fighting that Milwaukee team, like, and that was 4 years ago. I remember going to that game in the Barclays Center where KD got swept because I'm from New York City. I'm from Brooklyn, and I went to the Barclays Center to watch KD play in Game 4, and they got swept that same year with the Celtics. And from then on out, KD really hasn't done nothing. A lot of other teams, a lot of other like LeBron. I think LeBron gets the exception because LeBron just takes his team there when it's time, like the Western Conference Finals last year, which is understandable. But I mean, LeBron gets so much credit for that bubble ring, bro, to the point where it's like people overshadow a lot of things that he has a lot of flaws on. Like he lost to Dirk Nowitzki, bro. Like, and that was a very bad loss. Y'all lost to Jason Terry. Y'all lost to Jason Terry, bro. Y'all lost to,
hey, that motherfucker was getting cooked by Jason Terry too. He was trying to guard that motherfucker. He was frying his ass.
The best LeBron I can say that I've ever seen I'm not gonna lie, is that Cleveland Cavaliers LeBron. I love that LeBron James right there. But to me, I think LeBron James, when he went to the Lakers, bro, I don't like this LeBron James. Like, really, I don't like him like that. I'm gonna be real with you. I like LeBron when he was in Cleveland
I lost
and he was
respect for
fighting with
LeBron
Cleveland.
when he was on that HGH shit. That's why I lost respect for him, man.
Still with the
Anybody,
HGH?
yeah, HGH. Anybody that has a fucking human jawbone growth spurt and has to have surgery because it grew so much at age 26, 27 years old, I lose respect for you at that point. That shit's unheard of. Yeah, man, I can't even name nobody that's had no fucking human jawbone growth emergency surgery because their fucking jawbone grew so much. I've never heard that shit.
Yo, I can't even go back. I can't even go to Jokic. It's like, yo, when Jokic don't have a unit around him, Jokic is not that great of a player either. Jokic is a great of a player because
Exactly, bro.
he still have players that he can thrive around, that he can pass the ball to. Like, we be thinking these guys is so much like better than everybody, but yo, these guys got just as much as good as a team. I could say the Nuggets
Bro,
don't have a good bench,
I
yes,
I
but
tell you
I
this,
could give them
Q-Rich.
that. But
You
they have a
let
good
Jamal Murray
bench.
go home and you let Paul George go home, and I promise you Kawhi is deeper in the playoffs than Joker.
Like
That's what I promise you.
bro, people sleep on Jamal Murray, bro. He is a big factor of why the Nuggets are where they're at for sure to this day because we have seen on numerous occasions when Jamal Murray is not playing, Joker struggles. He does. He gonna put up his little points and have his triple doubles, but will he win the game? I didn't see Draymond Green strip him for the game winning defensive play. I didn't seen Jokic go home in a Game 6 series in the first round. We didn't see that. Jokic
Yeah,
got
exactly.
teams. All these players, just like how we have a team, they all have teams too. The Timberwolves choked last year. I watched it, like literally. They choked 2 years ago against the Grizzlies. Like literally, these teams do
That's why I
just
be
as
going off on
bad.
motherfuckers.
These teams do
That's
just
why I
as
be going off
bad.
on motherfuckers. They fucking hypocrites. That's why I go off. That's why I run their ass all off the panel. They can't take the fucking heat because they want to play flip flop, seesaw battle. They hold a standard over here. They get mad if fucking Paul George go home or somebody else go home, but they don't want to talk about when fucking Joker goes home every fucking year Jamal Murray hurt. They don't want to talk about that shit.
Right. Even Jason, Thomas, even Jason Tatum though. I like JT, but we all seen with JT, everybody JT, right? But JT, when it's time to show up in the big games, like for example, last week Saturday, JT wasn't nowhere to
Didn't that motherfucker get
he
locked
was
up for
he
the
was
whole NBA
nowhere to be
finals?
found. He wasn't even nowhere to be found. In the
Man, that dude got
last
locked
year
up for the
against the
whole fucking
Heat.
finals, man.
Last year against the Heat, yo, you can't be losing to role players. Jimmy Butler and them wasn't even doing too much. You lost to Caleb Martin, Gabe Vincent, Matt Strus,
What
and
team Sweden
you
had,
the
BJ?
best player, bro. You the best player, bro. You up 2 games against the Warriors and lost 4 straight. Yo, bro, I understand why a lot of times he's in that hot seat. Like when you gotta hold Jason Tatum accountable. He went on a post-game interview last week against the Nuggets talking about, yeah, I was just trying to get my team involved. No, you was not, nigga. You got locked up, bro. Why JB have 41 and he moving how he moving and you ghost, bro? We gotta hold these players accountable too. Everybody wanna just look at Kawhi and PG and
Man,
these guys, but yo, look
yeah,
around the NBA.
exactly.
Look around the NBA. Like these guys be really struggling too. Like they just lost
Why you
without
gonna hold this
Donovan
series?
Mitchell on
Why
the
you gonna hold
court.
this series when these motherfuckers up here? Why I gotta do all this shit by myself? Why you
See
wouldn't know these
that
motherfuckers' heads while to go?
that's why I can look at it too. Like the bubble really. That's why I hate the bubble so much, man. That bubble is what that demoralized the whole Clipper franchise to this day. That's all they talk about. They point at that bubble. That's
Man,
it.
that's all they can talk about, man. That's why I'm telling you, Q Rich. They got one fucking game to speak on.
And
they bypassed the 2 games before that 1 game just to talk about it. It's just like you just said, Q Rich. See, I be telling Clipper fans that you got to poke your chest out some more. Y'all be bending over, letting these motherfuckers bully y'all into conversations. I'm talking about people in the chat as well. You let these motherfuckers come over here and pick on Kawhi because Kawhi's had one bad playoff game in his fucking life. One. And when I say his life, I'm talking about as the fucking man. That one fucking bad game his whole life. Motherfucking LeBron pooped the whole fucking series. Tatum pooped the whole series. Butler pooped the whole series.
Right.
Giannis got locked up a whole series by Kawhi. Embiid chokes a series every fucking year.
Oh yeah, Thomas. Don't forget Giannis missed over 10 free throws in a closeout game.
Yeah, you talking about fucking choking? Free throws are called free
Oh my!
throws,
I don't even want to get to Joel Embiid. Everybody blame Harden for last year.
Nah, fuck that. I don't even blame Harden. I don't even blame Harden and Embiid as bad as I blame Giannis. That bitch missed 10 free. Bro, do you understand they're called free throws for a reason? That means they are free points they are giving you. And you missed 10 of them bitches? Fuck out of here, bro. What are we doing?
In a closeout
game? Or like Devin Booker. And at least when Harden folded, at least they was fucking competitive. They didn't get blowed out by the Rockets and Harden did not get blowed out by a motherfucking team who can't even win a finals. At home by 40. This bitch Booker and these motherfuckers got blew out by a motherfucker who can't even make it to the finals. Bitch, at least Harden lost to a fucking dynasty. The fuck is we talking about? Now, Harden lost last year, but this ain't the same Harden as the Houston shit. The most people want to talk about the Houston shit. Most people don't even speak on the Harden feeling. I just speak on the fucking Houston shit.
That's the thing too. Everybody's scared of Jokic. I don't know why they scared of Denver so much, man.
Ain't nobody scared of fucking Joker.
I don't know why
you
y'all
start Jamal Murray.
Don't understand.
You ain't anybody worried about a fucking Joker. You start Murray.
I remember when Joker, before that 2 years prior, people were crying about how he didn't have all this help. But all them same players were there last year. What changed? You had one Jamal Murray. All of a sudden you go to the finals. Y'all scary, man. Y'all was getting put out the first round 2 years in a row, getting swept and gentlemen swept against Phoenix and then Golden State. See, I'll be pulling the curtains out, man, on cats, man, when they be trying to talk that rah-rah shit.
This shit's a fucking it's a joke. And I don't even mind people having a difference of opinion. But just keep the same philosophy whenever you speak about any player. Don't come over here and say these people blew one game. When we have other players that you protecting who blow a whole fucking series.
Well, they can't do that, Sean. They can't keep it. They can't keep the same energy because that'll make it bad for them.
That'll make them look stupid. Okay.
Yeah. That's a hypocrite. We exposed that over here.
People like
people
like to bring up injuries. Like that injury shit don't move me because if you want to talk about injuries, a lot of people wouldn't have championships if a lot of people wasn't injured. I mean, of course. I mean, if Kawhi beat up a injured Warriors team, a lot of people wouldn't have chips because a lot of times a lot of players was injured. You know, that's the game of ball. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, if Kyrie Irving was there against the Nets, would the Bucks have won? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of shoulda, coulda, wouldas. I mean, if Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love wasn't injured in 15, would the Warriors had won? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't really put all out the whole injury thing. That injury thing is a part of basketball. If Kawhi didn't get injured in the second round against Utah, we was beating Phoenix. And then we was going to beat the Milwaukee Bucks. You know what I'm saying? Of course. But Kawhi got injured. What we going to do about that? You know what I'm saying? Stop using that injury thing as a factor. Kawhi took advantage of the team. KD was dancing around or whatever the fuck he was doing. He got injured, and that's his L. Kawhi took advantage of that. You know what I'm saying? Just like how anybody would take advantage of a situation like that. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to.
You know what's funny when we talk about the injury shit?
Injury shit is that's
how does Steph Curry need Kevin Durant? Why is that an excuse? Oh, Kevin Durant was hurt. I thought Steph Curry was all that in the bag of chips though. Like, see, when he wins the championship, you say he don't need Kevin Durant. But when he gets his motherfucking head split wide open by Kawhi Leonard, now all of a sudden it's because he didn't have Kevin Durant. But they just be all over the fucking place with this shit, man.
They be ignoring the fact that Kawhi really gave the Warriors work. He gave the Warriors
Man,
work.
Kawhi been shitting on Golden State since he got in the fucking league, and they know it. Since he got in the league, man. He been hammering them motherfuckers.
And the NBA is lucky that man has been injured in so many posts, man. A lot of legacies would be destroyed if that man was never hurt. And that's the one weakness that people can use. Oh, he's been hurt. That's fine. Well, what you gonna do when he's not hurt?
They're gonna see in the playoffs, man.
Yeah.
The shit's got to go through Kawhi Leonard, man. All this hippity hoopla shit y'all talking in the regular season, you bitches, your best player has got to go through number 2. And you ain't got no faith in that shit, and you know you don't. But you be just on the internet, you know how motherfuckers, you know how the artists and music artists be on the internet, beefing on the fucking internet, right? They just talking here, they talking all tough. You know, it's easy to get on the internet and talk about. We gonna see when your best players got to go through Kawhi. We gonna fucking see. All they can do is hope he's hurt, man. That's the only hope they got, and they know that. That's why they troll so hard. They fucking scared of it. Even Moss is fucking terrified that James Harden is going to win a fucking championship under Kawhi Leonard and not in Houston. That's the only reason he's fucking mad. He don't give a fuck. He don't give a fuck about nothing else.
Kawhi
he don't give a fuck about nothing else.
Do y'all understand if Kawhi wins this title, he would have got PG, Harden, and Westbrook their first title? That's
all at one time.
That's some historic
all these people that can't win, BJ. They see that's another thing too, BJ. Q Rich. These bitches are all chokers, right? They all these players suck, right? But then when they get on Kawhi's team, it's a super team, right? These same people y'all troll every year. Y'all was over there in Philadelphia making fun of fucking James Harden for losing. Saying he's garbage, this, that, and the third. But the minute the Clippers get in a little rut, you know what I'm saying? They get tired. They're going down the home stretch. Now all of a sudden it's a fucking super team who losing games. These same people y'all just making fun of. That's how ignorant they sound, man. Motherfuckers had Westbrook out the whole NBA. Had him out the whole NBA. And then when he comes on the Clippers, oh, he's this Lord and Savior leader that the Clippers need. All because Kawhi had one bad game in his life. This shit makes no sense, man. What the fuck they be saying, man?
Yeah.
That shit insane, Thomas. That shit crazy, bro.
Well,
man, that's why I get sideways on up here, man. I don't care what you say. Just don't switch it up per person and per team.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I definitely, to me, I really want to see Denver. I want to see them. I think why I say that is, bro, it don't matter if it's the second round of the Western Conference Finals. I want to see them because I don't like how everybody just talking, like everybody just Denver to the finals. Everybody, like you can even see the predictions on TV. Everybody thinks that Denver's going back. And cool, they're the defending champions. You have all rights to think that. But I think the Clippers could beat them. I really do. I think the Clippers.
And the Clippers are beating Denver. They beating Denver.
We will beat Denver.
That's gonna be the biggest shocker to everybody. That's gonna be the biggest shocker to everybody.
We will beat Denver.
The more I watch this shit, BJ, the more I watch this shit, the more I'm seeing, man. The only team that has enough fucking defenders, and these guys are right to give us these kind of problems is Minnesota. They the team's only they the NBA's only hope. We flying everybody else. Lakers can't guard Paul George. They can't guard Kawhi Leonard. And if they do guard them, then who's guarding James Harden? Like the
T-Wolves is definitely a harder matchup. I think the T-Wolves definitely is a harder matchup.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah,
I think so.
But the bottom line is we're gonna beat Minnesota because Ty Lue is gonna be forced to fight fire with fire. You don't fight a fucking fire with water bombs. You don't put Norman Powell, Harden, and Bones, all these people on the court and try to score the ball. All right, put the defenders on the court. Let them try to lock us up. We lock them up, and at the end of the day, we gonna win the series. If Ty Lue, that's all Ty Lue's got to do, man. He ain't even got to do too much. Just put the fucking defenders on their top players, man, and say mano y mano, y'all beat them. That's all you got to do. Put Kawhi over there, put Paul George over here, and whoever's left, put Terrence Mann on there. That's all you got to do. Because the minute Ant-Man can't average 40, Minnesota's in trouble. Because I'll be damned, as much as Paul George struggling offensively, I'll be damned if I sit up here and say Karl-Anthony Towns going to fry Paul George for 7-game series. I'm not hearing that shit. I'm fucking not.
The more I watch and think about it last night. Oh, my bad. Go, Sean.
No, I'm just saying I'm not fucking hearing it. Yeah, but again, you got to keep the same energy, BJ. Karl-Anthony Towns has been the biggest playoff choker besides D'Angelo Russell in fucking NBA history. If you want to pick on Paul George, you want to pick on Kawhi Leonard or Harden, if you want to pick on these people, then keep the same energy over there. Conley been sent home his whole life. Gobert got embarrassed, sent the fuck home. Karl-Anthony Towns, he's a fucking choke artist. Keep the same philosophy. When you want to pick on these people, pick on the same fucking people the same fucking way. That's all you got to
do. Thomas, I'm gonna be honest with you. Remember last week we was having that debate with the Lakers and T-Wolves shit. I think that Minnesota shit goes towards a lot of teams other than the Clippers also. That's why I was agreeing with the That's why I was saying what I was saying as far as I think the Lakers and them will be a good run. I think the Lakers sometimes may have a better chance with the T-Wolves is because Anthony Davis. We don't have a guy like Anthony Davis on our team. That's the difference. We don't have an AD. We don't have that dog kind of. Well, Anthony Davis is not really like a dog. But
who they got over there?
He's better.
Who they got over there? Just locking up
than Zubac. You know what I'm saying? He's a better
matchup. But to beat Minnesota, who's the player you got to stop?
Gotta stop Ant.
Okay, Anthony Davis ain't guarding him. Who's guarding him? LeBron? So if you're gonna put LeBron on Ant for 48 minutes, first of all, he's gonna wear his old ass out. That's the first thing he's gonna do. He's gonna run him in the fucking ground because he's too old. The second thing is then LeBron's not averaging 25 plus points in that series. He's gonna be too fucking tired, bro. And then all they're gonna do is say, man, LeBron's old, man. He ain't supposed to average that. No, bitch. He going 48 minutes against Ant-Man. He got his fucking
right?
Yeah. No. I'm gonna be right here flaming every last one of these fucking Lakers fans. Every one of them. Because they're gonna get their ass annihilated. And they ain't gonna like it.
When Cat come back, they better hope Cat don't play in that series because now you're really in trouble because all LeBron's points is going to the rim. So you're not gonna have a field.
And here's the thing, too, Rich.
I don't think he'd be back.
Rich, check this out. This is what they gonna do, y'all. When Karl-Anthony Towns, if he don't come back, and the Lakers can outmuscle these guys, right? You know what they're gonna say? Karl-Anthony Towns ain't nobody. The same guy y'all saying is gonna give the Clippers problems. Now he's a nobody. But all because you want to say, you see what I'm saying? They're gonna play that card, but that shit don't work with me.
Yeah.
That shit ain't gonna work. If Karl-Anthony Towns is all that in a bag of chips, then him being out is the only reason Lakers win.
Tyson said Vando's gonna guard Ant. What y'all think about that?
Vando is gonna get his fucking ass fried. If you want evidence of that,
Vando could definitely guard Ant, but I don't think Vando gonna be back.
He ain't guarding no fucking Ant, man. The same fucking Vando that Kawhi destroyed.
Nah, Thomas, he gonna guard him. He gonna guard him. I'm not gonna say he's gonna stop him.
So let me get this right. So if Vando can guard Ant-Man, then Ant-Man ain't all that. If he ain't all that, then why the fuck are we worried about Minnesota in the playoffs then? We can't have the fucking cake eat it too. You're gonna stay on one side of the fence.
Thomas, hold on. Thomas, I ain't gonna lie to you. Vanderbilt is a good defender, bro. He's like a McDaniels.
That motherfucker ain't no Kawhi
can't
Leonard.
he can't shoot like a Mc. I think McDaniels shoot better than Vanderbilt, but he's lengthy, just like McDaniels, and he's a good defender, bro. He is. He's the Lakers' best defender.
What happened when he tried to guard Kawhi?
I mean, I don't think nobody could guard Kawhi, bro. Period, point blank. But I think there's a difference between Kawhi and Ant. I think.
Oh, okay. Okay. Then how the fuck is Minnesota gonna beat us then? That's what I'm saying. These Clipper fans got to poke their fucking chest out and start worrying about hypocrisy. If this motherfucking Vando is the Ant-Man stopper, then who the fuck is Ant-Man then? Who? We ain't never walked through the fucking NBA.
That's why I put out the point. That's why I put the point.
Curious, listen. We ain't never walked through the NBA calling Vanderbilt no fucking stopper.
He's not going to stop Ant-Man. No, I'm not 100%. I agree with you.
Ant-Man is averaging 30 on them boys.
All I'm saying is there's nobody still to go head up to Ant-Man on that Lakers team besides a guy like Vanderbilt or a guy maybe like Cam Reddish. Other than that, you can't put Reeves on him.
Okay.
You can't
So
put
you basically, so you basically putting guys on.
The dude that Vanderbilt ain't on the court right now. He ain't gonna be in shape. How the fuck is he gonna play?
You can only play so many guys. That's when Tyson said Vando. So who you taking off the court?
No, I already told y'all. D'Lo or Reeves, one of them got to come off the bench. Or
man, I ain't never in my life heard of this man Vando being a fucking stopper until he got on LeBron's team. Then we ain't never heard of this shit. Ain't nobody ever went through the fucking league and say go pick up Vanderbilt and stop people. Ain't nobody ever fucking said that. Never. But he got on LeBron's team, now all of a sudden he's a fucking stopper? I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing this shit.
Thomas, he's not a stopper. He's a good defender, though. Yes, he is. He's a good defender.
So is Torian Prince. So is Torian Prince, and Torian ain't guarding Ant-Man either. I ain't even an Ant-Man guy. But what I'm watching is a guy they can't fucking stop. That's what I'm watching.
And to be quite honest with you, like I said last night, Ant-Man only cooked the non-defenders he was supposed to cook. That's all he really did. That everyone blew that out, saying like, he just did what any great scorer would do in a mismatch. But now against the Lakers, he's gonna eat up against the Lakers, man.
Let me ask you this: did Vanderbilt guard Jamal Murray last year?
Did he guard Jamal Murray? I'm weak. I mean, I didn't really watch that series.
Who was the Jamal Murray stopper?
Nobody. No fucking body.
Well, who the fuck is Vanderbilt then? Was he not on the team? Am I missing something?
Tommy, I'm not saying this guy is a top defender of all time. That's how you talking. I'm not saying that, Thomas. But just like how each team got their main defender, he will be the Lakers' main defender. That's all I'm saying, Thomas. He will be. He will be, because nobody else is gonna step up to that task. That's what I'm saying.
He's getting fried.
Say that what's up?
That's what I'm saying. Hell yeah. He's getting fucking fried. First of all, he's in shape.
I'm telling you, Thomas. Don't. I'm telling you, bro. He a good defender, bro. He is. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I call it how I see it, bro. That's how I'm a basketball fan, period, bro. Vando, I ain't gonna lie, bro. He lock in when it comes to that defense shit. That's what he do. That's how he get on the court. Because Vando's not an offensive player, bro.
So let me ask you this: what's gonna happen on the other end when he has to stand in the fucking corner and he can't shoot? What's gonna happen then?
The best thing I think he can do is slash to the basket. That's about it. Or set screens. You know what I'm saying? Set screens. That's the best thing he gonna do. You know what I'm saying? I think that's because it's the same. He's in a Westbrook situation. It's the same thing. Westbrook can't shoot on the outside. What Westbrook do? He catch lobs, backdoor plays. He dribble. He might not have the same tenacity of the ball on the ball like Westbrook does, but he's in the same predicament as Westbrook. When Westbrook is on the court, he's just as much of a liability. So is Vando, just as much. just as much. But the same way Westbrook is gonna have to figure it out, Vando gonna figure it out too. That's all I'm saying. Logically, let's be real, Thomas. Because a lot of teams is in a situation where they have great defenders in, like McDaniels. Why do you think McDaniels plays so much? Because McDaniels is gonna still, his coach is still gonna trust him more on the defensive end than the offensive end. Regardless whether he gonna stand there, he may still put up some shots. He may make them or he may miss. But McDaniels is still really on the court because of his defense. You know what I'm saying? A lot of teams run into that problem, bro. A lot of teams. It was just like when Cephalosha used to play a lot of the time. Cephalosha used to hit some threes, bro. But a lot of time when Cephalosha used to play with Westbrook and KD, Cephalosha used to be really on the court to play defense, bro. A lot of players get on that court to play defense first, bro. Because even Kawhi developed the offensive game later on in his career. Kawhi was a defensive player, bro. First. He was a defensive player first.
I
Then
think
he
we got
developed
to.
the old.
I think we got to keep going. We got to revert back to. I think the best thing we can keep going back to is like it's a difference between regular season Kawhi and Paul George to playoff Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. It's a different level that they're gonna go to. So even us judging them now, it's still not doing them justice when it's gonna happen in that postseason.
Yeah.
So
I think we all know what Ant-Man gonna do. I always just have questions on the whole team as a whole. I don't really believe in them too much because I like the Minnesota Timberwolves, but like y'all said, I don't know how much y'all on them, but me personally, I think you can stop them. I think they don't really have that much scoring options, you know what I'm saying? They rely a lot on their defensive end to get a lot of offensive buckets, you know what I'm saying? But I think, you know what I'm saying, they're beatable, bro. I do think that. I really do. They're
yeah,
beatable for sure.
they offense looked stagnant in that first half. It looked well in the most of the first half. Their offense was stagnant. They sets they run in the offense half court it looks painful to watch.
All right.
Painful. So
But you don't think that comes from like I was saying, having no defenders on the court, like a guy like Rudy Gobert, Jaden McDaniels. Those guys are really on the court because of like I said, they play defense. Rudy Gobert is not really a too much crazy guy or a threat on offense. McDaniels either. They really get a lot of their offense from Ant. You know what I'm saying? From their bench. I like how Alexander, because I ain't gonna lie, every time I think we play Alexander Walker, when we play the Timberwolves, Alexander Walker, he be frying us all the time. He be having some good buckets against us. He always. I ain't gonna lie to you.
and that's when
That's the
Powell and when Powell and Coffee got to come off and do their thing. I'm not going to even say Westbrook because I just think Westbrook's not a good option against them either. Other than spot minutes because he can't when Rudy's out on the court because he can't space the floor. The number one objective to beat them is we got to take Rudy out the paint. We have got to get him out the paint. Once we do that, Ant-Man offensively and defensively goes down. Because like you said, the reason why he can push up because he got Rudy behind him. Well, shit, now you can't do that because you ain't got your big man in the post. So that's why I say like everything connects to Rudy. That we take him out the paint, everything else falls apart.
Oh, my bad.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I ain't even worried about that, man. That should have. All we got to do is keep Ant-Man from averaging 40. That's all we got to do. Karl-Anthony Towns is not about to win a playoff series, bro. The minute you think that, you need to reevaluate your fucking IQ in NBA basketball. All you gotta do is keep Ant-Man contained. That's all you got to do.
I mean, when Kawhi was guarding him, last night
That
he
dude was
was
ducking.
he was. Well, he was.
That dude was ducking.
When he
And he was ducking. And there's another thing, Curious. The motherfucker was ducking Terrence Mann 2 games ago.
When he realized Kawhi left that game, that's when he took advantage.
Yeah, he's a fucking front runner.
And
that's he pulled out some LeBron James shit, started pounding his chest because fucking Kawhi was off the court. That's what he did. It's the same shit fucking LeBron did a couple weeks ago when Kawhi went on the court. Started pounding his fucking chest. That's all they gonna do, bro. When when Kawhi says enough is enough, your fucking cord is cut. It is that fucking simple. All you gotta do is keep Anthony contained, man. That's all you gotta do in this series over. Karl Anthony Towns is not fucking built like that. He's not.
So what you saying? Just basically trap him off the screens and just get the ball out of his hand?
No. Tell Kawhi we ain't switching shit.
But Thomas, you gotta remember sometimes some screens are tough to the point where you might have to switch.
That's cool. Give him. He hits a shot. So what? He's not winning a series with Kawhi assigned to his ass all series long. He's not. I don't give a fuck who he is. The minute you start thinking like that, you are disrespecting the best defensive player we've seen in fucking maybe even in fucking history. So, I mean, since when do we just go around acting like we ain't seen this 100 million times? Kawhi had to go lock somebody up.
That's the fact. Kawhi is one person I could definitely rely on to do that.
Yeah, they had like Kevin Durant was finna average fucking 50 last year.
Everybody else got to play their position too.
That's the thing. If Ant ain't going off, Minnesota can't score the ball enough to send us home. They can't. If you think Karl Anthony Towns is about that life, explain to me how. Since fucking when? The same Karl Anthony Towns that you just described, Q-Rich, has fucking choked the past 2 years.
Nah, facts. I don't believe
all of a fucking sudden he's the fucking end all be all. Fuck no, man. I believe in SJ more than I believe in him.
But Thomas, you do gotta stop guys like I said, Nickeil Alexander Walker. You can't let Mike Conley. You can't let Mike Conley do what he did last night. You can't let that happen.
Do you think they're gonna shoot like that for 7 games? Norman Powell will average more points than both of them in the series. Westbrook will average more points than Conley in the series. And Westbrook won't even play that much. He'll still outscore that fucker. These guys look good because Kawhi is not on Ant-Man. And when I talk about playoff Kawhi, that's why they look so good. They did the same shit last year, Q-Rick. Oh, man, Kawhi this, Kawhi that. Kevin Durant about to fry up. Well, for some reason, I didn't see no frying up. So now, all of a sudden, a bunch of young, inexperienced fucking playoff dudes gonna fry up? Fuck out of here. Fuck no.
Thomas, you gotta understand, too, like I was saying from before, even when it goes back to the OKC series, it's not going to just be Ant-Man scoring all those buckets. It can't be like that. You know what I'm saying?
Curious, these guys can't get open without Ant-Man breaking shit down. Fucking Gobert all of a sudden turns into Shaquille O'Neal. He just going ISO? No. Gobert does his work after everybody else breaks the defense down. They throw up a fucking prayer, and he cleans up the glass. Karl Anthony Towns is going to all of a sudden miraculously post up like fucking Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, start averaging 35?
But I don't know if Cat going to be back by the time the playoffs. I think because I think they said he's going to get reevaluated in 4 weeks. But meniscus is nothing to take lightly, you know. So I don't know.
And that's it. That's even these. See, we got to worry about all this shit. We don't even know if we're going to see these people.
I don't even think Carl Towns is gonna be even back, at least for the first round.
Yeah,
At
well, if he
least
ain't
for the
back
at
the
least
first
for the
round,
first round.
then they taking their ass home.
Depending on the matchup.
But because
It
I
depends on
will
the
give
matchup.
y'all this, AD will fucking fry Rudy Gobert. But frying Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert while Van Note stands in the fucking corner, bricking threes. So now he's gonna fry two people at once. Shitting me. This dude wasn't frying two people in fucking New Orleans. The only fucking time they did that when fucking Rondo was over there leading the pack, telling everybody what to do. And Anthony Davis said that. He said, man, this fucking dude Rondo was calling out the other team's plays before they even crossed half court. That's how he was winning. He said that shit. This same, I mean, and this same Anthony Davis that fucking runs from fucking jokers. I don't know, man. These people just love to hype up shit. I got to see it.
Yo,
Hey,
Thomas,
man,
you can hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yo, Thomas.
I'm up in the mountains. I guess I can't tell if it's quiet or y'all talking and I'm just losing y'all or what. I hear you now though. Is he talking, BJ? You there?
You there? Yo, Thomas, you can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah, I hear you now.
I guess I'm losing.
I guess I'm losing. You can hear me now, though, right?
Yeah, I got you now.
Yeah, I got you now. Yeah.
It's echoing and shit though.
It's echoing and shit, though. But I always said it, though. You know what I'm saying? The only team that could beat the Clippers is the Clippers, bro. It's the only team that
Man,
could really
that's it. The only
beat us, bro.
team that's gonna beat us is team Ty Rivers.
Ty Rivers. Right. He said Ty Rivers.
Fucking nobody else beating us, man. We got
Man. We got
the Kawhi Leonard disrespect is blasphemy.
is blasphemy. Yeah. It's just all that injury shit, bro. As long as we healthy, bro, I think we could win it. We could win for sure. Gotta just stay healthy, you know what I'm saying? And perform.
Yeah, I mean,
Perform. As long as we perform,
I really just think
I really just think
Harden looks tired of me.
So
He didn't look.
Thomas,
This past 2 weeks, he didn't look this way.
So Thomas, you telling me Harden looks the way he looks because Ty Lue's overplaying him?
Hell yeah, he leads the fucking teams in minutes.
He leads the fucking teams in minutes. Cause to me, it's games where he just looked naturally just like slower. He just looked like he
Yeah,
don't
I
have
agree with
that.
that.
Yeah, I agree with it. Like I was saying, like he just looked like he don't have that step. You know what I'm saying? Like that where he have certain games where he looks better, but then he has some games, bro, where you just like damn, like you have questions like as far as like I wonder like will he take care of the advantages in the playoffs, you know what I'm saying? When we do have those mismatches, you know what I'm saying? Like, will he exploit them in the way that he should? That's the
He's
question that
going
I
to
have. I know
exploit that
I
shit.
know Harden can give you. I know, but yeah, I do know that. But for a game, I could say Harden will do that for a game or two. I don't know if Harden could do that for a full series. That's the question that I have personally.
He
I
ain't
know
gonna
Harden
have to
can
do
give
it
you
for
a
a
game.
series.
He could give you a game. He could give you a game. Harden can give you a game or two, but Harden don't need to give you that for a full series. But Harden does still need to give you efficiency, bro. Because a lot of times, if Harden is the system and a lot of things is being ran through Harden, you know what I'm saying? He's gonna, like y'all said, he's gonna have to put people in position without having turnovers in the way he does. He's gonna have to be still putting himself in better positions because a lot of times Harden fuck up himself a lot of time with over dribbling, like how y'all said. He over dribbles a lot, bro, putting it through his legs. Sometimes he put himself in bad pick and roll situations, bro, where he's throwing it too high to players, and you know what I'm saying, he's throwing the ball out of bounds, and he's acknowledging those turnovers himself. You know what I'm saying? Where he's being a little too reckless with the ball, bro. You know what I'm saying? And those things carry over also to the team. You know what I'm saying? It does. All I'm saying, I'm not saying Harden need to put up 30 per game, but Harden still needs to have efficient nights because Harden has still moments where he's, you know what I'm saying, he's not doing enough for the team as a whole. Like even in that Milwaukee game, you know what I'm saying, where we lost with Giannis and Dame playing. I don't think Kawhi played that game, but I don't think Kawhi and PG didn't play that game, but I still think Harden put up like 12 points. Yo, bro, Harden, you gotta at least put up 25, 23,
Yeah,
because
that's what I'm telling you.
Harden missed a lot
We
of
didn't see this
shots in
shit a
that
month
game.
ago.
Right. And then Kawhi and PG not playing, I think that's when Harden has to be his best. You know what I'm saying? He has to be his best when the team is in need of James Harden to be his best. You know what I'm saying? We just do. 12 points is cool when Kawhi Leonard and Paul George is on the court, but and sometimes that may be cool depending on the game and the situation. You get what I'm saying? Because it's gonna be some games in the playoffs where you're gonna need James Harden, bro, to put up 20 points, 25 points. You're gonna need those type of games. You're not gonna win too much games, bro, where James Harden is putting up 10 points, 12 points, 14 points. You know, we're gonna need that Houston Rockets James Harden from game to game also, bro. I get it that his role is to be a facilitator, yes, but we still do need James Harden to be James Harden, bro, for sure. We do.
We ain't gonna
We're
need the
gonna need
Houston
James
Rockets James
Harden.
Harden. You ain't gonna need all that. What you gotta do is play defense, bro.
Well, you gonna need
That's
at
what
least the
I'm
76ers
telling
James
y'all.
Harden.
I mean, 76ers ain't hard to do, but had two good games.
And I think we in those same two games that he had, putting up 45. Now we talking. You know what I'm saying? Because if James Harden could put up
Man, we got
45
5 guys that
or
can put
40
up 40,
plus
man.
for two, well, I gotta see it. You know what I'm saying? Because what I'm seeing right
You
now
seen
is
it
I
last year.
do know. I do know, but this is a new year. This is a new year, Thomas. I know Kawhi and PG could do that for sure. You know what I'm saying? But I am going to need one of those games, because you got to remember also, Thomas, Kawhi and Paul George are going to be very key in the playoffs. They're going to be putting up their points and their numbers, bro, but they're going to have a game, bro, where you're going to need a Harden, where you're going to need a Russell Westbrook to step up big time, or Norman Powell to step up big time. I'm talking 30. You're going to need one of them type of games, bro, because I wouldn't want
You just seen it last year.
Yeah,
How many power give you last year in one game?
Last year against you talking about what, the 76ers with Harden?
No. What
What
was Norman Powell? You said you're gonna need a game out of Norman Powell. What was his best game in the playoffs last year?
For sure. I've seen it from Norman Powell.
All right, but that's one game. First of all, you ain't gonna need all that. Kawhi is gonna destroy everybody. There ain't gonna be no such thing as why not doing this thing. That's a fucking bullshit regular season narrative. So Harden gave you two 40 balls. Powell gave you a 40 ball. You know Paul George is gonna give you a 40 ball here or there. Westbrook gave you three 30 balls. I mean, how much do you fucking need to win a series, man?
Man, Thomas, you think if you Thomas, you don't think if we like played the Suns, we'll need more? You don't think we played like
No.
We're gonna
All
need
we got
more
to do
from
is
a
play
Harden,
defense. All we got to do is lock motherfuckers up, and we will handle our business. Again, when you lock motherfuckers up, the offense comes.
But Thomas, you still have to score the ball also. When we are scoring
We
the
gonna
ball,
score the
we are
ball, man.
looking magnificent. And when we do score the ball, like I was saying, we look magnificent. We look magnificent when
We
we're
going
scoring
to
the
score the
ball.
ball in 7 games.
The thing is, when we may come out of the locker room into one of these games and we're not scoring the ball, where are we gonna hang our hat? You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes Kawhi,
where it needs to be hanging in the first place.
Where it needs to be hanging in the first place.
That our staple needs to be defense, not offense.
Needs to be defense, not offense.
but Thomas, you
The
gotta
offense will
understand
come.
something. Thomas, and that's understandable, Thomas. The offense will come, but you gotta understand something. I have seen games where we was relying on the offense side to come, and it hasn't, Thomas. It has not. I'm gonna be real with you. Let's be honest, Thomas. It's a lot of games, bro, where Ty Lue is he's gonna play offense. He's gonna think we're gonna outshoot teams, and sometimes it doesn't work like that. It doesn't go our way. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, Harden will have bad games.
I agree with that.
Paul George will have bad games. Norman Powell will sometimes have bad games. And Kawhi Leonard is not the only guy that's just going to get you over the hump because others matter, bro. The others matter. I'm not ever going to worry about Kawhi. When I'm talking about this bullshit, bro,
others are better than everybody else's.
I ain't talking about Kawhi. I ain't talking about Kawhi because I know Kawhi going to be Kawhi. Kawhi is a very efficient player. But when it comes to a guy like James Harden, they need to be efficient, bro. Paul George needs to be a little more efficient also.
Sound like a Ty Lue problem to me.
He needs to be a little more efficient because Paul George, like how y'all saying, he did have a great stretch in October, November, and January. But Paul George has his moments where he may have a few games where he's putting up low 15, low 17, low 14. All I'm saying is that's cool for now. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying I just think Paul George needs to average minimum in the playoffs, minimum what he's averaging now, 22. Minimum per game. Minimum. No ifs, ands, or buts.
We'll get more than 22 in the playoffs.
I expect Paul George. I hold him to that standard. He's capable of doing that. So as Harden, I think Harden needs to at least average minimum 17, 18. All that 8 points and 10 points and 0 for 10 from the field, and you showing up one game and then you go ghost the next 4 games. We're going to need more from Harden also, bro, because we got him for that reason. We didn't get him just to pass the ball. We got James Harden to score the ball also, bro. We did. Because we know James Harden capabilities. You know what I'm saying? We know his capabilities, and I'm expecting James Harden to not take over that second man role. I want Paul George to be in that role, but I still do want James Harden to dominate in the shots that he is getting, because let's not act like James Harden do not get shots. James Harden gets shots, and James Harden, a lot of the times, be missing a lot of shots also. You know what I'm saying? So we just need him to be
None of
better
these
in the
players
shots
finna
that
be
he
the number
do
2
get.
all the time, bro.
You said none of these players can be the number 2 at all the time.
They ain't none of these players gonna be the number 2 all the time. There's too many scores on the court.
If Kawhi is the number 1, and say if PG's having a bad game, you know what I'm saying? A lot of times I know Norman definitely steps up. He steps up a lot. You know what I'm saying? I know I could trust in Norman as far as like him coming off the bench and providing what he needs to provide. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times sometimes PG and Paul George, they do have their little slumps. You know what I'm saying? That they leave Kawhi on the island, bro. They do. Like even against the Rockets. You know what I'm saying? Paul George had a horrible half. He had a horrible first half. He came out in the second half, and much respect to him, he did what he had to do. I liked how he performed. You know what I'm saying? But it be games where Kawhi be on the island, bro, like that Cavaliers game. I remember that Cavaliers game. Kawhi was on the island, bro, by himself. Kawhi be the only nigga scoring, eating, dominating. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, all I'm saying is certain games, Kawhi's gonna need more in the playoffs, because we know what the playoffs take. And I'm not doubting James Harden and Paul George, because I know what they can do. That's why I hold them to that standard. You know what I'm saying? And I need them to do that, so you won't leave a guy like Kawhi in situations and predicaments that he's gonna be in. You know what I'm saying? Because one guy can't beat 5 players. We're gonna need everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Have you ever heard of damn Norman Powell, Paul George, James Harden, Westbrook? Have you ever heard these people?
You said have ever heard of these people?
Yeah,
I think you gotta. I think you gotta.
Cause you keep acting like they're all on different teams.
So I got an echo, BJ.
Yeah, I think you gotta come back in. Try to come back in.
Let's see. What about now?
Yeah,
right
you
now?
good now.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, what you saying,
Go ahead.
Thomas?
I say, have you ever heard these people? Yeah, like we need to go sign them off the free agent street. They on the team already. Know that, right?
Thomas, we not okay. So get to your point. Let me hear what you got to say. I want to hear what you.
I'm saying you act like you act like we got 5 people. We only need to win 4 games. We got 5 guys who hung a 30 ball, 40 ball last time we saw them in the playoffs. You act like we ain't seen this in 7 years.
Thomas, Norman Powell, and Russell Westbrook was put into situations last year where they had no choice but to do that. You know what I'm saying? So now that we do have the 5 players, you know what I'm saying, in Kawhi, PG, James Harden, Norman, and Russell Westbrook, right? We still can't have games where it's just Kawhi having 30 or 25 and Paul George and James Harden and Norman Powell's
I mean,
all in the
we're gonna have
teams.
games
Well,
like
when
that.
is that?
You know?
Hold on. When does that happen though? See, this is the thing I'm trying to figure out. We confident in Kawhi that he's gonna do what he do, which I'm more than confident in Kawhi. But we gotta call if we can bring up the bubble and people can hold. And I know a lot of Clipper fans have this in their head. Why can't I say when Paul George was last in the playoffs what he did, or when he's in every playoffs what he did? Is maybe because
I definitely I can understand
I
that for
don't think
sure.
I don't have no. But when we say stuff like PG gotta do this, PG, there's some doubt there. There is some. Well, he needs to come. Like he's already the same confidence that's in Kawhi should be the same confidence in PG. It shouldn't.
More time, BJ. I wouldn't even. I'm not really when I'm talking about this. Paul George is in that factor, but I'm not really even talking about Paul George because I hold Paul George to a standard, and I know Paul George could do that. You know, I'm not really worried about Paul George. I'm just saying when James Harden needs to step up to the plate and have his fair share, he needs to execute. That's really was my main point because he had opportunities where he needs to put up more than, like I said, 8 points and 10 points and 12 points. It's not really so much PG, bro. To me, it's really more Harden. I think Harden needs to just, you know what I'm saying, execute in the way that he does need to be outside of just a facilitator. That's what I was really saying. He does.
I mean, I agree with that.
You
But even
realize we're
Harden,
gonna win games.
He's gonna.
You realize we're gonna win games with only 1 30-point score, right? It's gonna be quite a few of them.
Say again, Sean.
I'm trying to figure out, does he realize we're gonna win games without all these people scoring all these damn points?
You gotta, if you're gonna win all these games without all that scoring, we gotta come out on a defensive mindset to begin with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We gotta
Ty Lue ain't gonna have no choice.
We can't. No, we can't. You know what I'm saying? Come out in one half and play the best defense possible, and then come out the second half and, you know what I'm saying? Like, it got to be well rounded. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna do that, because I like when the Clippers do that. We just did it against Minnesota, played hella defense. You know what I'm saying? And then come out the next game, and then, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, all right, well, where's that same effort? You know what I'm saying? So I agree with you, but as long as we could keep that consistent, then I would say we don't need all that scoring because we're gonna hang our hat on the defensive end. But can you rely on that also? Not really so much sometimes either. You know what I'm saying, Thomas? Because one of our bad flaws is we're very bad in transition. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of
Yeah,
times
we are.
it is that we have a very bad effort thing when it comes to certain games. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times, can we hang our hat on a defensive end on a night-to-night basis? That varies. So
We only need 4
sometimes,
games, bro.
sometimes offense may win you them certain games. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes our offense do win us some games in our talent. It does.
Man, like I said,
Every
like
game we win is gonna be defensive. It's gonna
yeah,
be our best defensive games. That's
you
gonna be
can't
all the
control,
games we win.
you can't control games when you have bad. Like I've seen Kawhi have less than 20 points. I've like even just against Chicago, I think he had like 20 or 18 points.
Right.
Like you're gonna have games, plenty of games where these stars are gonna have low scoring games, but you can't control the ball always falling to the basket. What you can control is your defense and you being locked in and being in the right position. And sometimes I watch our team, I'm just like, they let guys just go right past behind them and don't even be looking. But that's you can always do that. And if you do that, if you're able to control your defense, then you always gonna be competitive. That's what it. That's why like Sean said, we have to put defense first. I feel like we put in offense first.
Right. No, I agree though. I agree because if defense come first, but I think defense came first when we went on that big stretch. You know what I'm saying? And we ran away from all that defensive approach to our games, and that's why I think we are now 7-8 since the All-Star break. Is a lot of just I feel like we reverted right back to the offense. You know what I'm saying? Offense, because it'd be to the point, BJ, where I'll be looking at the games, and it just be like, okay, who turn is it? You know what I'm saying? Like, who turn is it?
Yeah.
Who turn is it? And that's where I do not like the Clippers. When we get into that mode, that's where I don't think we're at our best. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, all right, Norman, do something. Kawhi, do something. Paul George, do something, instead of we all doing something. You know what I'm saying? We all doing something. When we all doing something and we all involved, that's when the Clippers are unbeatable.
Yeah.
When we locked in on defense together and we locked in on offense together, the Clippers are unbeatable. When we're slacking on one end, it translates to the next end. It's always like that. It's always like that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
They don't have an offensive scheme. So that when you don't have an offensive scheme, you have to pretty much beat people, demoralize them on the defensive end, which the Clippers, because that way it creates transition opportunities where you ain't got to try to set up the offense. You can just score off of, fast breaks.
Right. That's that too.
Yeah, man.
That's very true.
But yeah, fellas, I'm gonna close it out right here, man. Man, it's been a pleasure. I'm always down to talk to y'all, man. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? Appreciate all the great insight. Anything y'all want to add before we leave?
Clippers all the way, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yo, thank you, BJ, for having me and shit like that. Appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? I love the podcast and all that, bro, for real. You know what I'm saying?
Appreciate you, Q, man. Always welcome to be on, man. You're always welcome to be on.
All right, y'all. Take care.
All right, brother. All right, y'all. So we've been on about 4 hours, man. I'm finna get some stuff done today. It's day off, so get a couple things done. But what y'all think about the loss last night? Are y'all worried? Y'all concerned? Are y'all, not worried? Y'all not concerned? Yeah, I mean, just let me know what y'all think in the chat. If you guys enjoy what y'all watch, please go to our Cash App, which is on the screen, $ BJ Matthews, $ BJ Matthews, or, you know what I'm saying, get your super stickers and super cards that are available. Definitely appreciate y'all coming through. Until next time, we respectfully say, pull up a seat, pull up a chair, pull live. Peace. Out of here like swim well.
I've been all around the world, Japan to Amsterdam. Meals nutritious, lifestyle was vicious, yeah. While these out here tried to hate mine, yet I still stood tall on the main line. Two-step, throwing up that gang sign. Rolling around the city, big chain, but he ain't signed. Y'all fake tough, little puffs to my canines. Don't forget cracking at them hit-boy parties. Probably had your girl naked at them hit-boy parties. Big chains, big flexing at them hit-boy parties. Nobody trip, cause they knew I had that big boy on me. Yeah, gang of fast living, addicted to cash getting. Disrespected to getting the ass whipped. Don't call yourself a baller unless your whole clan get. Plan you got, you ain't working, then you need to plan different.
This on west side over everything. Yeah, this on west side over everything. Yeah, this on west side over everything. Yeah, this on west side over everything.
Yeah, No need for the locks out. Baby got her box out. Just dropped her man, now she looking for that knockout. He did her wrong, then he tried to shame, baby. And she was trying to bounce back, so I don't blame, baby. Cause it kick her up, one time fuck her up. A true big homie, I don't hear his name enough. Went through the real movie while y'all snowed on the bluff. Gotta give it up, big homie did his stuff. Now it's all about the bag play. Been around more smoke than an ashtray. Right cheek, left cheek, let her ass shake. On God, I'm 100 to my last day. West side, east side, yeah, I'm both for that. No talking, take off, bro, I'm known for that. 50 M's on the scales, yeah, I'm close to that. Yeah, you on the same mission, yeah, I'm hoping that. Make the money overlap.
West side over everything. Yeah, this on west side over everything. Hey, hey, it's on west side over everything. Yeah, this on west side over everything. Throw it up, 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 throw it up.